for a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232. For a written transcript of this meeting.
Madam Clerk, we ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome to the November 15th, 2023 meeting of the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. It is 10 o'clock a.m. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Chairman Rob Pitts.
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Thorne.
Present.
Vice Chairman Bob Ellis.
Present.
Commissioner Dana Barrett.
Present.
Commissioner Natalie Hall. Commissioner Marvin Arrington Jr. Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman.
Present.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Please rise for the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Almighty God, we are grateful for this day, for your continued grace and mercy upon our lives. We pray now your blessing upon those who are present. We pray now your direction, your strength upon our leaders. Give them your wisdom. It is in your name that we humbly pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk.
On page 2, consent agenda. 230796, adoption of the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered routine by the County Commission and will be enacted by one motion. No separate discussion will take place on these items. If discussion of any consent agenda item is desired, the item will be moved to the recess meeting agenda for separate consideration.
Anything, Madam Clerk?
I don't have
All
any.
right, Commissioner Thorne.
I want to remove item 23-0810,
What page?
page 6.
All right, on page 6, which item?
With District Attorney, request approval to process an outstanding and current invoices via purchase order in the amount of $79,234.26.
So, wait a minute, what's your request? You want?
I want it moved off the consent agenda.
Oh, off
for
the
discussion.
consent agenda, okay, all right. All right, anything else? All right, I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 6, recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have an item requested by Commissioner Thorne to be added to today's recess meeting agenda, 230839, discussion, election update.
And I would like to have that moved to be after public comment.
So noted.
All right, to add that, let's see, that'll take a vote. All right, let's vote on adding that to the agenda. All right, the motion to add it, Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
And the vote is open.
That's the elections update. Is that what you were talking about? All right.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230811, adoption of the recess meeting agenda. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we have amendments to today's recess meeting agenda. Item to be moved up on page 11, as requested by Commissioner Barrett. 230788, request approval of a resolution consenting to and ratifying the use of Fulton County ad valorem property tax. This item has been requested to be moved up to be heard after public comment as well.
Okay.
Also on page 11, Commissioner Arrington has requested to remove item 230833, the recommendation of the Atlanta Bar Association to reappoint Benjamin E. Fox for a full board appointment.
To remove Commissioner Arrington, what's?
Mr. Chair, be careful what you ask for. Do you want me to go through that right now?
Well, not necessarily, but,
Okay.
okay, well, not yet. But let me, the only things I've just,
I'm happy to.
okay, hold on a second. The Bar Association has a right to nominate someone to this body for approval. Then we can accept their nomination or reject their nomination, but I think we're required to hear it.
They have made a nomination. They made their nomination, so they fulfilled their duty. And I have asked that this item be removed. And if you want me to go through the litany of reasons, I'm happy to do it.
Well, first, before we get to that, I don't think it's a board appointment, and I think that our rules would suggest or require us to discuss it, debate it, then vote their nomination up or down when it comes before us. But I think we have to have it on the agenda.
Which rule is that? Which rule are you talking about? Because I also have the right to ask for it, to have it to be removed. There's a rule that says I can ask for it to be removed, and that's what I've done.
All right. Well, I'm going to rule that request is out of order, and we can vote, let's vote to add that.
Madam County Attorney, I need to get a ruling on that.
So previously, the board decided to suspend action on this board until certain matters were resolved, but that resolution has since been rescinded. So currently, there's no legal impediment for the board to consider this matter.
Yes, ma'am, that's not the question. The question is, can I ask for it to be removed? Do I have the right to ask for the item to be removed?
The agenda has already been approved as amended previously, and this was not part of the...
The agenda has not been approved. That is exactly what this, right up there on the board.
I see.
23-0811, adoption of the recess meeting agenda.
I will, just a minute, everybody, calm down. I will rule that Commissioner Arrington has the right to ask that this item be removed. He has that right.
Yeah,
I'm
yes, that's
saying
correct.
that this organization has a right to submit a nomination to us, and once it's submitted to us, then we have a right to vote for that nomination or vote against it. So I think it's duly before us, and it needs to be on the agenda today. Now, that being said, I will entertain a motion to remove this item from today's agenda. Is there such a motion?
Wait, there needs to be a motion? I'll make the motion, absolutely.
All right, is there a second to the
I
motion?
thought that's what I did when they printed it on this here, and it says item to be removed.
All right, is there a second to the motion to remove the recommendation, the nomination of the Atlanta Bar Association from today's agenda? Is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, that motion fails for lack of a second. Next item.
Okay, we need a motion to adopt today's recess meeting agenda.
Now, we need to move up because we got, now, colleagues, this is a huge budget discussion day for us, and with your support, I'd like for us to take care of all of the action items and then save as much time as possible for the budget, because not only are we going to be making some decisions about the budget for 2024, but for 2025 and beyond, based upon your actions today. So we need to spend as much time as possible on that. So if we could move up, what are those? The inmate welfare fund legislation, the other one dealing with the ankle bracelets, after the two that have already been moved up. All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
Just going to ask Commissioner Thorne, is there, since the election update was more a discussion item, could that be moved to the, is there some pressing reason for it to be at the front of the agenda? Given-
Patrice, the chairman, Patrice Perkins Hooker, requested that she's going to attend this meeting and asked if we could do it at the beginning of the meeting. So as a courtesy to her.
Okay.
All right, motion to adopt the agenda as amended. Motion to adopt by Commissioner Abdul Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Barrett. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 1 nay. 230812, ratification of minutes, recess meeting minutes, October 18th, regular meeting post-agenda minutes, November 1st, 2023.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Barrett, seconded by Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230813, presentation of proclamations and certificates. The first proclamation is recognizing Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month, sponsored by the full Board of Commissioners.
Okay, there are 4. All right. So it's 10, 12, okay.
Is there someone for the pancreatic cancer? Are the pancreatic cancer someone here? Come on down. Hi. Giovanni. So pancreatic cancer, thank you for coming here today to receive this proclamation. Wow, it's a very deadly form of cancer, and it's amazing the research that has gone through to people can actually survive this cancer now. It used to be a death sentence. So it gives me great honor to do this proclamation. Whereas pancreatic cancer has the highest mortality rate of all major cancer and is the 3rd leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the United States after lung and colon. And without any early detection, it is expected to become the 2nd leading cause of cancer-related deaths in the U.S. by 2030. And whereas in 2023, an estimated 64,050 Americans will be diagnosed with pancreatic cancer in the U.S., and over 50,550 will die from pancreatic cancer. This marks a 6% and a 5% increase, respectively. And whereas pancreatic cancer is one of the few cancers for which the survival rate has not improved substantially over nearly 40 years, the combined 5-year survival rate for pancreatic cancer is very low at just 5 to 10%. And whereas stage 4 pancreatic cancer has a 5-year survival rate of just 1%, pancreatic cancer has the highest mortality rate of all major cancers, with 80% of all patients dying within the first year of diagnosis. And whereas pancreatic cancer is the leading cause of cancer death, largely because there are no early detection tools to diagnose the disease. In its early stages, when surgical removal of the tumor is still possible. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Commissioners of Fulton County express their support of the Joseph C. Menastra Foundation for Pancreatic Cancer Research, which funds research towards finding tools that will lead to early detection of pancreatic cancer. Request businesses, buildings, monuments, and structures show support by lighting up in purple, and does hereby proclaim Thursday, November 16, 2023, as World Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Day, and the month of November 2023 as Pancreatic Cancer Awareness Month in Fulton County, Georgia. And I'm sure Commissioner Khadijah would love to light up purple. Would you like to take over?
My name's Kirk. This is Giovanni. This is a family organization. We've lost 4 family members to pancreatic cancer. And in teaming up with Johns Hopkins University, we've been able to do some great things in trying to come up with more ways to early detect and to try to save lives. So on behalf of the family and the foundation, we're very thankful.
Thank you so much.
I'm going to take a picture. You guys want to hold it? Here, you come in the center.
The next proclamation is recognizing Hammond's House 35th Anniversary Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Hall, Arrington, and the Board of Commissioners.
Come on up. Anybody affiliated with Hammond's House? Come on down. Everybody supporting arts and culture and, well, I better not say that. I just thought about it. Hey, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Well, it was an honor to actually attend the event at the Ray Charles Performing Arts Center, and the woman who was singing the jazz was just amazing. I can't remember her name, but say her name?
Jean Baylor, the Baylor Project.
Jean Baylor was awesome, and I just have to commend her on, and her husband who was playing the drums. And so this proclamation means a lot because the Hammond's House is a museum in Atlanta, in the West End, that Fulton County supports wholeheartedly, and we will always continue to support it. And to present this proclamation to you for 35 years is simply an honor. It reads, whereas for over 3 decades, the Hammond's House Museum, nestled in Atlanta's historic West End, is a gathering space that annually attracts thousands of visitors to explore the cultural diversity and legacy of artists of African descent. And whereas the Hammond's House Museum boasts a permanent collection of more than 450 works of art dating from the mid-19th century to contemporary artists of African descent. And whereas the Hammond's House Museum is host to a variety of artistic events, including visual art exhibitions by significant artists, artist talks, panel discussions, workshops, and art camps for young people, as well as literary events and music concerts. And whereas Dr. Otis Thrash Hammonds, MD, the museum's namesake, was an African-American visionary who actively promoted the relevance of art and cultural preservation. And whereas upon the passing of Dr. Hammonds in 1985, the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, under the inspired leadership of its then chairperson, Michael Lomax, established Hammond's House Museum in 1988 for the purpose of collecting, documenting, preserving, interpreting, exhibiting, and providing informational resources on works of art by peoples of African descent. And whereas the Hammons House Museum is celebrating their 35th anniversary with museum patrons and supporters of art and culture from across the country to celebrate the accomplishments of the past and the promise of the future endeavors in support of the arts and specifically Black arts. Now therefore be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes the Hammons House Museum's 35th anniversary and 35 years of hard work and commitment to the arts in the Atlanta community, and does hereby proclaim Friday, November 3rd, 2023 as Hammons House Museum Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Thank you so much.
Good morning. We can do better than that. Good morning. Yes, my name is Imara Kennedy, and I am so blessed to serve as the current president of the board for Hammons House Museum. And I want to say, I know that Dr. Hammons is smiling down, knowing the continued support that this body will have in this community for art and culture, because that is what he gave his life for, besides, obviously, the medical work that he did. But I also want to say that we're honored to share in this 35th anniversary, not only as Hammons House Museum, but with our sister organization, the National Black Arts Festival. But I think more importantly, this is not a Hammons House Museum story. This is not a National Black Arts Festival story. This is a Fulton County legacy story. So the commitment that each of you all have continued to make to art and culture throughout Fulton County continues to ensure that the stories of what happens at Hammons House Museum, the stories of what happens at the National Black Arts Festival, the stories that happen at the Johns Creek Arts Center continue to thrive and grow. Because of your support, we're able to ensure that we're nestled in West End, but the collaboration happens as far north as Alpharetta and as far south as the city of South Fulton. So this is a celebration of the commitment of art and culture for this community, and we thank you for recognizing Hammons House Museum as a piece of the pie, and that we will continue to make you proud each and every day. Thank you.
The next proclamation is recognizing Heaven Billboard #1 Gospel Airplay Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Arrington.
All right. Welcome, welcome. It is certainly my pleasure to be able to present these proclamations today. Welcome, welcome. Fulton County is doing big things, and as our chairman says, Atlanta influences everything, but everything is in Fulton County. And so, it is an absolute pleasure to present this plaque to Anthony David and Algebra Blessed, based on their humongous success, the #1 on Billboard Gospel Airplay. So the proclamation reads as follows: whereas Anthony David and Algebra Blessed, also known as ADAB, are the dynamic musical duo who are taking the music industry by storm. Their soulful voices and incredible songwriting talent have captivated audiences around the world. And whereas Anthony's smooth vocals and heartfelt lyrics perfectly complement Algebra's powerful and emotional singing style, together they create a harmonious blend of R&B soul and neo soul that's both timeless and contemporary. And whereas their meteoric rise to fame was catapulted by not one, but 2 chart-topping singles, Forevermore, their first #1 hit, resonated deeply with listeners, showcasing their ability to craft soulful and timeless music. And whereas their remake of Heaven by BB and CeCe Winans brought a fresh, contemporary twist to the classic song, earning them another chart-topping success, included as the #1 spot on Billboard's Gospel Airplay. Their rendition demonstrates their unique approach to reinterpreting beloved classics while keeping the essence of the original intact. And whereas these #1 hits, along with their other incredible work, showcase the undeniable chemistry between Anthony David and Algebra Blessed, leaving an indelible mark on the music industry. Their music is a testament to the enduring power of soulful melodies and heartfelt lyrics. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Anthony David and Algebra Blessed for their continued success and their contribution to the music industry and the arts and culture community, and does hereby proclaim today, Wednesday, November 15th, Heaven Billboard #1 Gospel Airplay Appreciation Day in Fulton County. You guys like to say something?
Yeah, how you guys doing? Good morning. Yeah, I didn't know you could get recognized for stuff like this. We plug it away for the city. Atlanta's a music city, music town, you know, and we're just doing our part. Appreciate y'all.
Hi, good morning. This is a big thing for me. I always say it. I am from Zone 3. I grew up in Summerhill. I went to Ralph McGill Elementary School, Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School, and North Atlanta High School, and Morris Brown College. And now this is my city, and I see so many of my family and friends in here, so thank you for the appreciation.
The last proclamation is recognizing Coy Dumas Jr. Appreciation Day, sponsored by Commissioner Abdul Rahman.
Mr. Dumas and his lovely wife and any other supporters, I would ask to make sure that the county manager is up here as well as the chairman. This is a great day in Fulton County. We know that Mr. Dumas was actually recognized earlier, but we always want to give people their flowers while they're living. And so we are recognizing him today. And as he makes his way down here, if I become full, let me tell you why. Me and my children rode on the bus with this operator. As a domestic abuse survivor that needed to catch the bus, that needed to get to work, that needed to get to the babysitter, that needed to do all the things that I needed to do as a young mother, this gentleman poured into me. He oftentimes would see me at the bus with my child in a stroller, put the bus in park, get off the bus, and help me on. And I don't imagine that he had to do some refereeing sometimes in the SWATs. But when you have someone who poured into the community, and thank you, Ms. Dumas, because we know that the strength and the wind is behind the wings is you. We know that, and we thank you for allowing him to serve us. But I just want everyone within my voice to know you broke the mold. We appreciate you. We pray that there are others in the ranks at MATA that will continue to do what I call the ministry. because it was just not getting on and off the bus. It was pouring into your community and making sure we were safe and got from point A to point B. So with that, this proclamation, whereas Mr. Coy Dumas Jr. is a native of the Adamsville community of Atlanta, Georgia, and in 1972 joined what was then called Atlanta Transit as a bus operator. And whereas Mr. Dumas has run routes solely in West Atlanta over the past 50 years and currently operates Route 853 out of the Westlake Station on the Blue Line, and whereas MARTA officials estimates that Mr. Dumas has carried, listen to this, approximately 2.8 million passengers on his bus since he began his career in transit 50 years ago. You all can clap for that if you want to. And whereas Mr. Dumas boasts a spotless driving record over his career and has never had a traffic accident, having driven over 2 million miles across the city of Atlanta. And whereas, as MARTA's most veteran bus driver, Mr. Dumas wears operator badge #1 and has been a mentor to countless bus operators over the past 5 years, and he leads the mentorship program out of the Perry Bus Facility. And whereas Mr. Dumas was honored by the MARTA Board of Directors with a MARTA bus wrapped with his photo in commemoration of his unprecedented 50 years of dedicated service. Now, after 51 years of dedicated service to the citizens of Atlanta and Fulton County, he has decided to retire. Crying now. But continue training new drivers as a consultant. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I humbly present this, that the Fulton County Board of Commissioners recognizes Coy Dumas Jr. for his outstanding example of service, dedication, and professionalism with MARTA, and celebrates his retirement after 51 years of service, and does hereby proclaim Wednesday, November 15th, as Coy Dumas Jr. Appreciation Day in Fulton County, Georgia. Would you please put a hearty applause and a standing ovation for this great citizen of Fulton County? Thank you.
Mr. Dumas, you know, I'm shocked you're retiring because we just honored you and I sponsored the proclamation, and very similar to that at the beginning of the year when we had your rap bus out here for everyone to see. And I'm sad to see you go, but I know it is a well-deserved retirement. And I know, Mrs. Dumas, you are going to enjoy having your beloved husband with you. Yes, you're welcome. So I'm honored to stand here today and in honor of your retirement and all the work you've done in the community. Thank you. Thank you.
First of all, good morning. I want to thank my Heavenly Father, first of all, for all the blessings that He's bestowed to me and my family. And it's really been a blessing. The Board of Commissions, I don't really know what to say, but it's an honor and a pleasure for me, and it's also a blessing. My beautiful wife, as I refer to as my Queen of Queens, well, almost 45 years. Thank you. She gets up with me every morning at 2:30. I can't say that enough, because I believe it's been some hard days. Yeah, I'm retiring. Actually, Friday's my last official day. But my grandpapa said, you're going to the next season, son. So I'm coming out of winter, going into spring. I'm going to take something on the road with it. But I'm going to stick around, and I'm been blessed to contract, train new operators in different areas, and make sure we can get another Coy Dumas or Patricia Dumas, you know. But it's really been a blessing, And I cannot say thank you more than enough. This is my family you see down here. My bus is out front. It may be double parked, but it's out front. Okay? So my team members are out there with it now. They was going to be in, but they didn't want to leave the bus. We didn't want somebody riding around the city impersonating me. Okay? But I cannot say thanks to the Board of Commissioners and my best friend here more than enough. I'm not going to hold you with a long conversation. This is probably the most you're going to get out of me at any time, other than welcome to the Westlake Rail Station, East West Rail Line. Okay? But I want to thank you. I want to wish everybody continued blessings and many, many more. Thank you.
Thank you. We love you.
Thank you.
You want to get them off of it? No, I'll show you. Okay. All right, Madam Clerk, continue. That took, we had 4 proclamations for 26 minutes. We have 30 minutes for proclamations. Madam Clerk.
On page 7, public hearings, 230814, public comment. Citizens wishing to participate in public comment will be allowed to appear in person or may choose to participate virtually via Zoom video conferencing or by submitting their comments in writing registering on the county website, www.fultoncountyga.gov. Priority for public comment will be given to Fulton County citizens and those individuals representing businesses or organizations located within Fulton County. Speakers will be granted up to 2 minutes each. The public will not be allowed to yield or donate time to other speakers. The public comment portion of the meeting will not exceed 30 minutes. In the event the 30-minute time limit is reached prior to public comments being completed, public comment will be suspended and the business portion of the BOC meeting will commence. Public comment will resume at the end of the meeting. Mr. Chairman and members of the board, we will start with the speakers in Assembly Hall. We have received 45 speaker cards. Will the first 5 speakers please come down? Major Orange, Dustin Rutledge, Lieutenant Hadley, Deputy Bell, and Shane Johnson.
All right, as always, when you have 2 minutes, strike that. When you have 15 seconds left, I'll simply say 15 seconds. That's your key to conclude your remarks. We have actually 53 speakers, and 53 speakers is about 2 hours. We have 30 minutes for public comment. I'll plead with you, if someone has said what you were going to say, please don't feel it necessary to repeat what's already been said.
Mr. Chair.
Now, there are about 8 from the police, various public safety, 34 people from the arts, and 3 on the elections, and 8 from the Fulton County Housing Authority. So that's 2 hours of public comment when we have 30 minutes. Vice Chair?
Didn't it say priority should be given to Fulton County citizens?
It does.
Does it describe that? Should we allow citizens to speak before we allow employees to come forward?
Probably should, but I mean, it's been so loosey-goosey, Commissioner. That's why I've been working with Commissioner Barrett here for us to have that meeting about our internal rules so we can come to some agreement as to how we're going to handle not only proclamations but public comment as well, because apparently the 30-minute rule does not work, because every time it's more than that, we accommodate everybody.
Are we going to vote to suspend the 30 minutes or
Yeah,
stick to it?
let's let them speak today, sir, and we'll get ready at some point to have that meeting. And one of my recommendations is going to be to start the regular meeting at 1 o'clock. You can have public comment and proclamations all morning.
All right, thank you.
All right. Yes, ma'am. First speaker.
Good morning. I'm Major Orange with Fulton County Marshals Department, and I've been with the department for 25 years. And I am simply coming not only as an employee, but as a citizen of Fulton County, asking that the salaries for the Marshals Department be increased. Previously, we've seen applicants ranging from 300 to 400 people. Now we can't get anyone to apply for positions in the Marshals Department because our salaries are so low. So we're just simply asking that you all consider increasing our salaries during this budget session. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Rutledge with the Fulton County Marshals Department. I've worked for the Marshals Department approximately 14 years, but I've been a part of the county for nearly 35 years because my father started with the county as an officer when I was just 3 or 4 years old, so I've seen a lot of changes in this county. There was a time when Fulton County was the gold standard in law enforcement. One of the top in the state and one of the top in the country. We had competitive pay and a great pension, which attracted talented people from all over the country who wanted to be in law enforcement. Unfortunately, this is no longer true. We serve the most populated county in the state, and there's no reason why we should not be setting the standard in law enforcement pay for the state, or really the entire Southeast. For the Fulton County Marshals Department, it's hard to compete with other agencies when we're the lowest paid agency in the county. Other agencies offer much higher pay and incentives, which make it hard to recruit good, talented people to the Marshals Department. For example, you have the sheriff's deputies making $60,000, detention officers making $54,000. Detention officers are making $4,000 more than our sworn law enforcement officers. So when people get on the county job postings, where do you think they're going to apply? Not to the Fulton County Marshals Department. We can't continue to compete with other agencies right here in the county, much less other agencies in Metro Atlanta. I've got other examples in Fulton County. Palmetto PD starting at $55,000 with incentives in education. They can start there with $60,000. That's $10,000 more than what we make at the Marshals Department starting pay.
15 seconds, sir.
DeKalb County Marshals, $73,000. That's $23,000 more than us. The lack of pay and incentives have made it extremely hard for us to recruit and retain good deputies.
Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Hadley with the Fulton County Marshals Department. The Fulton County Marshals Department is severely suffering due to retention and funding issues. The department not being able to match the salaries or incentives of surrounding agencies is causing a lack of interest with applicants. The lack of candidates has caused a significant strain in the productivity on the Marshals Department, leaving us not to be able to meet the needs of the county. The county is continuing to grow, and our department has declined in numbers since I started 16 years ago. Currently, the eviction division has a total of 3,388 writs, with a total of 4 vehicles serving the county, which requires 2 deputies per vehicle for safety precautions. We have 8 deputies assigned to the division and are having to pull from other divisions which are also short-staffed to perform evictions. This takes away from the production of the other divisions as well. At the current time, the division is averaging between 100 to 120 evictions per week. Please note we are receiving 100+ writs a week. We as a department are operating at a deficit, all while walking into unknown environments and conditions, making cases involving violent criminals, barricaded subjects, finding drugs, weapons, wanted persons, as well as pressing additional charges. This interferes with the number of evictions completed daily and causes an accumulation of evictions. Due to understaffing, we have not been able to perform other aspects of our departments. For example, we have a warrant division that we are unable to utilize because we don't have the manpower at this time. This leaves wanted subjects walking around our county because of the lack of manpower in our
15
department
seconds.
due to salary and retention. At the current rate, the Fulton County Marshal's Department is operating at a whole, is not operating at a whole, and we will never be able to catch up and fulfill our duties to the county. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Deputy Bell with the Fulton County Marshal's Department. I've been a part of the department for 2 years. As a new mom in my position as a deputy, I just do not make enough money to be an active parent. With my current salary and inflation rates, I am forced to seek outside employment in order to ensure that I can provide an adequate life for my child. The rate of daycare, the rate of formula is at an all-time high, but my salary is not yet increasing to help out with that change. With having to work 6 to 7 days a week, I'm not able to be present in my child's life. I love my job in my current position as a court deputy in the DUI division, working with individuals that have the desire to get their life back and recover from past drinking and drug use. Even while I was on maternity leave, I was still communicating with participants because it's just not a job to me. It's bigger than coming to work and clocking in, but it's about making an impact on the community. While doing this, as mentioned before, we're short. So we're pulled in so many different directions, but we're not being compensated at the same time. So it's not a want for more money, but it's more so a need for more money. Because I love working here, but financially, it's putting me in a bind to where I have to look elsewhere because I just don't make enough money. And for someone who loves their job, I feel like we should be able to stay in our department, but we need more funding. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Robert Thompson, Darius Brody, Prophet Curtis Martin Hairston, Julie Allen, and Lee Foster.
I'm good to go. All right. Hey, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Commissioners, Fulton County. How everybody doing? My name is Deputy Shane Johnson. I'm originally from Miami. I moved here in 2019 at the starting salary of $42,507. I thought it was a great salary at the time, but I was quickly learned that it was really difficult for me to survive because I was making about $1,100 every 2 weeks, where my rent was at $1,300. So 2 checks would have to pay for 1 bill. And I'm not here to tell you about all my financial situation, but here I am at $51,000 annually, and it's still not enough. Essentially, inflation has taken all of our bills up, but the checks have not followed, and essentially, it's becoming a deficit as far as the deputies, not even myself, but other deputies involved, trying to live and survive as we carry out our duties, right? I'm the manager over the social media department, and I'm constantly trying to recruit more individuals. As of recently, we went to North Georgia to do a recruiting event where we were speaking to a ton of college students that are getting ready to come out, and they sound really excited. They see the marshal's position, they follow the page, they see a lot of the cool stuff that we do, but that interest, it quickly dwindles and it quickly deflates as soon as they see our starting salary, especially when we have 2 other public safety agencies that are here that are making $5,000 to $10,000 more in comparison to our salary, right? At the time that I got hired, there was 106 applicants that went through the PT process and the whole process, and now we're struggling to get less than 10, or we're struggling to get at least 10 to 5 applicants on any given day. And a lot of PT sessions and a lot of hiring sessions that we're having, they end up getting canceled because we're not having the appropriate applicants to apply. So again, I didn't mean to take up too much of your time, but in closing, I strongly encourage commissioners, if you could see that us as law enforcement officers, both as a citizen and a law enforcement officer who lives here in Fulton County, it is really difficult financially for us to survive and thrive as we live and work here. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. My name is Robert Thompson. I'm a resident of Fulton County, and I've also been associated with the Hammons House Museum for the last 13 years. I just want to add a little bit on to what our president of our board said, that the Hammonds House Museum is not just a Fulton County gem, but I've been a docent at the museum for the last 10 years, and we've received people from not only Fulton County, the state of Georgia, but from all over the country and all over the world. Just last week, we got some visitors from Japan. We've had curators from the Smithsonian Museum come to see some of our shows. So I just want to let you know that the Hammonds House reach is beyond the Fulton County, beyond the state of Georgia. It has an international, national, worldwide collection that we make available to the public over many, many times. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Darius Bowdry, and I represent Darius Cash Company, LLC, professionally known as Darius Cash. I am a hip-hop artist, author, and clothing designer. I had the pleasure of meeting Commissioner Khadijah at the 44th Annual Memorial for the Atlanta missing child, murdered and missing child. And I had a conversation with her about getting my book into Fulton County Library, send a cab, and I really just want to make sure or ask for the support of the commissioners along with Commissioner Khadijah. Thank you.
How's everybody doing today? This is Prophet Curtis Hairston, Martin Hairston. Again, I mean, we're celebrating homelessness like it's going out of style. While y'all be serving Christmas dinner, folk dying on your streets. 13 people died in Fulton County, have died in Fulton County jails. A guy just got killed in DeKalb County jail. What are y'all celebrating? Now, again, I said, we've said before, it's the government, it's judicial board, let me let you know I know what I'm talking about, and the legislature board that make the laws and give the money. Now, I've said before, you know, if we do it the right way, we're going to do it the other way. Now, like I said, people are dying on your streets. 19 folk froze to death on your streets, Fulton County, DeKalb County. 13 people then died because of cops. 13 folk died in your jail cells, in the jail cell. What are y'all celebrating? I don't want to raise my voice. I don't want to raise my voice. Because when I raise my voice, the building starts shaking. Do the math. Like I said, I'm a prophet of God. I'm not coming to play no more. Sex trafficking is number one in Atlanta, Georgia, Fulton County, DeKalb County. If that's number one, then some of y'all involved. Some of y'all involved. Preachers are involved too. So I don't play. I'm not playing with preacher. I'm not playing with city council. I'm not playing with government. The Bible says this. He told Moses, if you're on God's side, get over there. If you're not, get over there. Do the math. Do the math. Let it be said today that a prophet got you straight.
15 seconds.
Let it be said today. Let it be said this day right here, that a prophet told you. That a man of God, Jesus' name, Jesus Christ, in that name.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Julie Allen. While the CDC is out there marketing the updated COVID vaccines as a way to protect yourself and your loved ones, FDA's Peter Marks admits current vaccines don't reduce transmission in a meaningful way. He hopes we can find a vaccine that will reduce transmission even by 50%. But the CDC says the shots stop transmission and will protect families at Thanksgiving. When will this board hold Dr. Paxton accountable for her marketing message of COVID vaccines that is inconsistent with protecting the public health? Please note, America's public health experts somehow missed the biggest crisis in recent history, the cratering of U.S. life expectancy to near 3-decade lows per recent data from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. Please note that Texas Governor Abbott just signed SB 7 to ban employer vax mandates in Texas. It's plain we need new experts. The ones we have are literally killing us. Thank you, Chair Pitts, for your measured action as this board's leader. I've seen it as I've attended these meetings. Of note is this week's politically motivated action by Commissioner Dana Barrett to attempt to remove Bob Cheeley from the North Fulton CID Board, which is out of her Buckhead district. No other commissioners signed on to her politically motivated agenda. Lastly, why did taxpayers pay for criminal attorneys Don Samuel and Amanda Clark to represent the Fulton County Board of Elections? Why have they now resigned? Why has there been resistance to an audit of Fulton County ballots? Where are the 150,000 still secret 2020 unfolded mail ballots with the perfect ovals protected by court order? For anyone doubting the legitimacy of hand-counted paper ballots, look at the 11-7 election where Valdosta's machines failed to record 300 votes out of 5,758 ballots cast, a 5% error rate.
15 seconds.
Meanwhile, Milton posted their hand-counted results by 12:54 a.m. Judge Amy Totenberg has issued a decision that there is sufficient reason to believe Georgia's electronic voting machines have substantial flaws. Dr. Haldeman's report identifies 7 primary vulnerabilities he found in the DM.
Good morning. Chairman Pitts, Commissioners, my name is Lee Foster, and I am the director of the Rialto Center for the Arts at Georgia State University. I'm also a resident of District 6. So one of the things about advocating for arts funding is that there is so much tragedy these days. There's so much pain, and one of the things that I named the Rialto season was holding the light, because I see the Rialto as almost like a lighthouse where we can help those of us in the community that need to protect all that goodness in our hearts. I think it's critically important. Fulton County assisted the Rialto so much when we were closed for 21 months, and I lost 50% of my staff and 50% of my funding. Everything was closed, including our Rialto Jazz for Kids and all of our Rialto series and all of our programs, but we survived. And even though we are a type of organization that also has to make what we spend, you may be surprised by that since we're part of Georgia State University, it is a critical part of what we do and so important to the community. The Rialto provides unique programming that you cannot find anywhere in Atlanta other than at the Rialto. And I think many of you know that. We do international dance, and of course, fabulous jazz. And it absolutely exists as a Rialto lighthouse. I joined my other arts organizations to really plead with you that you maintain the arts funding for the arts, because it's such a critical part of our hearts, our minds, and of
15
Atlanta.
seconds.
So I thank you so much for listening to me today, and I hope that all of you will come to Take 6 in January. Thank you so much.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Stephanie Owens, Oronike Adole, Rick Ross, Rachel May, and Rodney J. Simpson.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Owens, and I serve as the Executive Director for National Black Arts Festival, a legacy partner of Fulton County. I stand here with my staff today and on behalf of the Board of Directors to express our sincere thanks for your continued support of the arts, and specifically for the funding that you've made to our organization over our past 36 years of existence. We are grateful to each of you commissioners for your support. Thank you to Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, Commissioner Erickson, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Thorne, and Barrett particularly for showing up to our events and supporting. We thank you, Chairman Pitts, for your very vocal declaration to continue to support NBAF and the arts. And so we're thankful to each of you, and we just ask you today to vote to not cut the arts funding. We need your support more than ever. Without the arts funding, we would not be able to make a significant impact that we do through our youth arts education programs, through our community public programs, and artistic development opportunities. Your funding enables us to provide equitable economic empowerment to our artist community and create pathways into the creative arts industry, which results in significant economic impact for the county.
Hi, my name is Oranique DeLay. I'm the Artistic Director of National Black Arts Festival. And in 2022, NBAF awarded over $70,000 in artist grants to 60 artists, supporting their careers and artistic endeavors that have added to the life of this city and this county. We spent over $100,000 in contracts to teaching artists, commissioned event producers, performers, and to the local vendors and contractors we use to present dynamic year-round programming. Without Fulton County's support, we, like many arts organizations, would have to make cuts to the financial support we provide, upon which many Fulton County businesses and artists rely to survive. Arts organizations don't just contribute to the cultural life of a city, we create and sustain local jobs and drive economic activity through our spending. To cut funding for the arts is to threaten jobs for nonprofit cultural workers, individual artists and artisans, creative entrepreneurs, and all the other businesses that we support. Arts organizations are job generators. According to the Atlanta Regional Commission, local jobs in the creative industries are growing at a faster rate than all other industries. To support creative jobs, we need a healthy and sustainable arts community with training for artists, ongoing professional opportunities so that artists will continue to make Fulton County their home. Again, I thank you for your continued support of NBAF and all of the arts organizations that you fund and urge you not to cut arts funding in the 2024 budget. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is James Caldwell. I'm Executive Director of the Music Education Group. I just wanted to come before you this morning and say thank you for your continued support of arts-based organizations. I also wanted to remind you guys that an investment in the arts is really an investment in your future economic development. Funding organizations provide training in all areas from fashion design, piano, visual arts, in our case, careers in music, film, and digital media. Your funding for us this year allowed us to hire 13 young people this summer, ages 14 to 23, and provide them with on-the-job training. These young people will ultimately go on to have careers in our industry. We want to make sure that we're able to keep these vital resources in Fulton County. And so we just want to say with everyone else, yeah, we appreciate your continued funding of economic arts. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rachel May, co-founder and producing artistic director of Synchronicity Theater. We are a professional theater company in Atlanta, in Midtown, Fulton County, focusing on uplifting the voices of women and girls. The business case for the arts has already been made. That $1 spent equals $8 for the county is a very real number. They are sustainable, and they are what makes companies want to locate here. Because a thriving arts community is essential for that. But more importantly, the need is great in that we are all coming back from the pandemic. We know as arts organizations that's been a devastating and difficult time. And Fulton County has been a leader in a state where per capita funding for the arts is 50th in the nation. So we appreciate the incredible support Fulton County has given. Especially in the last couple of years. And to remove that and go back to a budget that was much smaller would take away a lot of the gains of equitable funding for arts organizations that have been made over the last couple of years in this especially difficult time. And the other thing I just wanted to say is we have programs across the community on our stage, but also in a lot of middle schools, elementary schools, and community centers, including working with girls who are refugees and girls living in group homes. And the power of the arts in those spaces cannot be underestimated. This is a time when we need community. This is a time when we need empathy. This is a time when we need to learn how to listen and speak to one another, and the arts do that across the county, across the state, and they are critical for us to come together as a community in what continue to be fractured times. Thank you. And the last thing I wanted to say is we have seen tremendous, tremendous increases for mental health in young people when they participate in the arts, which is really needed at this time as well. Thank you so much.
Good morning, commissioners. How are you guys doing this morning? All right, my name is Rodney Simpson. I am the owner of Fame Live magazine. I just have a few things to say about this. When they took like band and entertainment out of the schools, that's when you start having all these issues with all the kids running around with guns and all this other stuff that's going on. So I think if you decrease the budget for Fulton County for art, entertainment, culture, you're gonna directly affect those children. They're already they're already being affected as it is. But if you take more away from them, you're gonna make it even worse. I mean, programs like FACE have done major things for, not just for Atlanta as a culture, but as an entertainment force in the business, because FACE focuses on fashion, art, culture, and education. So if you guys take away the money, you're gonna take away the opportunities for children to get involved with things they love to get involved in. When I was a little kid, I loved playing with my crayons and coloring books. You know what I'm saying? Let's bring that back to the children, because at the end of the day, it's about them. It's not about us. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers: Natasha Rice, R.A. Vivens, Malika Garrett, Ann Dennington, and Giovanni Tortosia.
I want to first of all thank the Fulton County Commissioners for ongoing support of the arts. I want to echo all of the champions who have spoken before me on behalf of the arts and culture and the support that Fulton County's given. As the president and CEO of the Chattahoochee Nature Center, we see a tremendous number of patrons throughout the metro area, but about 40% of the folks are coming from Fulton County directly. The funding that we get allows us to outreach to multiple agencies, including Fulton Intellectual and Development Disability Centers, Fulton County Arts Centers, the Fulton County Libraries, the District Attorney Junior DA Program, Los Niños Primero, to name a few. We see on average 7,000 kids that are all of the second grade programming from the Fulton County School District. The funding that we receive allows us to offset the funds that we are able to support for numerous people throughout the county. Without this, we would not be able to reach Metro Atlanta. We would not be able to share the wonderful resource, which is the Chattahoochee River. 70%, obviously, of Metro Atlanta is getting their water from the river, and it's important for the children as well as the adults in the county to understand and revere that resource, along with all of the natural elements we spoke about earlier with mental health and awareness of oneself in this community. So thank you very much for your support, and we hope that you are able to continue that into the future.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Rob Bivens. I am here with my coalition. We all have several foundations to support the youth initiatives globally. One of the things that I feel like is very important to address is we have to be intentional in creating solutions that's creating the problems. I think the collective agenda of the coalition that I work with, along with my foundation, which is Hip Hop Ether, Ms. Aduke, the National Multicultural Community Organization, and Take Time Foundation. We all are collectively working together. We also have partnered with the 12 Factory, which is an event space here in Fulton County in the Piedmont Monroe area. We're opening our facility to be a headquarter hub for giveaways, support, and I think the proactive agenda for myself and the team is to create opportunities that's going to give these young people opportunity, whether it's creatively, mental health, just personal support. If they have an opportunity to do something different, they will. We can't change the situation that we're dealing with community-wise with the crime, the death, and the trauma that comes with these things. We have to create something that's going to be supportive in the solutions. Everybody has a great idea and a great agenda, but what are we doing for that? So the financial support from the county and the commissioners and the city and everybody who's going through something, I think this is a very supportive campaign for us to take advantage of. And we all have very significant agendas to really tap into that can help these youth, young adults, and young professionals. So I appreciate the support,
in the funding that the commissioners.
15
and Fulton
seconds.
County has given. We would like to continue that, and please feel free to tap into our facility to come in and join forces with our coalition to help the community and help the county of Fulton County. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Malika Garrett, and I am thrilled to be here actually to talk about something that's very near and dear to my heart and should be near and dear to yours too. I came here as an international student in 1985 in a small town called Macon, Georgia. And since then, I have an art degree. I'm an artist and have there's about 200,000 Indians in Fulton County, just so you know that. Fulton County has been a big part of promoting and helping me get our art in front of the children, in front of the communities. South Asians are a huge and growing population in Fulton County. And part of that, I have had shows in Alpharetta. I've had shows at the Woodruff Art Center. I was one of the first Indian artists to have a solo exhibit there. Recently, we had an art exhibit here, 16 Asian artists exhibited right here. All of that would not be possible without your help. Arts is a very important, everybody's been talking about the same thing that I'm saying, except I think bringing an international aspect and reaching out to the community, which is now made up of a whole lot more. The world has gotten much smaller than when back here when I came in '85. I need your help, need your leadership, I need leadership in the arts, need this diaspora, South Asian diaspora to grow. And the communities are hungry for this. I'm just telling you this, the communities are hungry for this, and it's not going to be possible if you take this money away from us. So ultimately promoting the arts
15
is a
seconds.
group effort. So thank you again for doing this. I hope you continue to do it. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ann Dennington. I'm the Executive Director of Flux Projects. I live and work in District 5. Flux Projects produces temporary public art projects, and we've been doing this for 13 years. And Fulton County has been our most steadfast partner in this work. We work with, obviously, an amazing group of arts organizations in Atlanta, and you've heard the business case, you've heard the impact, you've heard our economic impact, our mental health impact. I wanted to share a story. A couple of years ago, y'all asked us to look more broadly through the county. And this past summer, we did a project in East Point called Ghost Pools. It was with Hannah Palmer, and it built memorials to 2 pools in East Point that were closed during integration. One was a white pool, one was a black pool in the segregated black neighborhood. One of the gentlemen that joined us for the opening of those was a gentleman named Jim Grayson. His father, Roy Grayson, had been the head of Parks and Recreation in 1954, and when the black pool had been opened. In '59, there was a drowning, and he instigated a water safety course. During that period, one of the whites instructors got into the black pool, and the backlash was immediate. He was fired, Roy Grayson was fired, they lost their home, they were essentially run out of the city and run out of the county. Jim vowed never to return. He was a teenager at the time. He joined us for the opening. He had seen on social media the story about the project, and he came to see it in person. And he joined in that once segregated space, people from the black community, people from the white community, and they shared stories. It was touching.
15
it was
seconds.
happy. He came back with his brother and his wife for the closing. This is the kind of impact that y'all are having, one person at a time, and a time when we need so much empathy and so much understanding and so much healing. Please help us continue this work. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Kirk Bowley, Jennifer Dobbs, Joseph Wilson, Lolita Grant, and Leonard Morrow.
Okay, come on down, ladies and gentlemen. So the 30 minutes have expired. We heard from 20 speakers. We got 33 more to go, so that's about another hour and some change. So come on down.
Hello, my name is Joseph Wilson. I'm coming for you to complain about my tax bill. Although I'm talking about something personal, it has something to do with all of the City of Atlanta citizens. I have been a member of the City of Atlanta for over 79 years. I believe the fair market value assessment is excessive for my property. It went from $167,600 to $242,500 in a period of 1 year. That's $75,000 over increase in 1 year. There has not been no changes in the property at all. I believe that I should not be penalized for the assessors not removing the homestead exemption of the previous owner. The tax assessor should have been notified of a new owner when I filed my P-61. They're removing the tax exemption, which I did not ask for, made my tax bill increase from a few $100s to over $10,000. Furthermore, they stated that they can go back 3 years. Looking at my bill, it appears to me that I am being penalized for 4 years. I'm asking that I do not be penalized for the tax assessor's failure to maintain proper records and keep their assessments up to date annually. Hopefully, there are not too many other seniors or low-income personnel in the City of Atlanta that are receiving this type of treatment. Thank you for your assistance.
Pleasure to meet all of you. My name is Jennifer Dobbs. I'm the Executive Director of ArtsBridge Foundation. We serve approximately 20,000 to 30,000 students every year through our arts education programming. More specifically, about 26% of the students we serve are from Fulton County. I could give you a lot of wonderful qualitative stories, but I want to give you some quantitative stats. 7,500 students on average are served by us every year from Fulton County. In the past 15 years, 112,500 have been served. Most of them are Title I or underserved. We provide financial aid subsidy. That means we've provided $1.125 million in admission to them. We've provided them with funding close to $575,000 in busing, $7,500 per year in snack packs, because we're not only trying to expose them to the arts, we're also trying to assist in the fight against food insecurity. We've also been very glad to have students who have blossomed because of our arts programming. As a matter of fact, one now who participated in our 5-time Emmy Award-winning program, the Schuler Awards, is a teacher at Langston Hughes. And another one just signed with Def Jam Records. And a third young middle schooler was able to get a free summer camp with the Harlem Dance Theater of Harlem. What am I asking? I'm giving you stats to show how much we impact Fulton County, and if you can believe it, we've never received an ounce of funding. I think it's time to not only have your support in word, but also in deed. We would greatly appreciate that, so that we can partner together in continuing to serve our beloved K-12 students. Thank you so much.
Good morning, my name is Leonard Morrow. I'm a Housing Authority of Fulton County Commissioner, District 1, and speaking in response or as a follow-up to a letter that we penned to the Fulton County Commission regarding a commissioner who has been disruptive such that we cannot have regular order in our meetings. And we're asking that you take the action required to see to it that we can proceed with our meetings in regular order according to the letter that we submitted, asking that he be withdrawn and another person be appointed to the Housing Authority of the county. Thank you very much.
Good morning, I'm Lolita Grant. I am the interim executive director of the Housing Authority of Fulton County. I've served in that position since 2022, and our Board of Commissioner meetings prior to the appointment of the commissioner had been effective. We've been able to conduct business prior to that appointment. Since that appointment, our meetings have been disruptive. We have not been able, we had to stop the meetings, or reschedule the meetings. We've had to even hire security. I have staff that have some concerns. So we're asking for you to just consider the request to have that commissioner replaced. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Barbara Duffy, Tanray Garcia, Hank Harper, Deborah Allen, and Andy Patterson.
Good morning. My name is Barbara Duffy. I live in District 1 or 2, and I have been on the Housing Authority of Fulton County for over 20 years. I have never experienced the kind of disruption that we have been existing with a fellow commissioner. And I ask you, please, please, read the letter that we've sent you. We held a hearing at your direction with a Fulton County judge. All of that has come to you, and we ask for your help. We'd like to serve the residents of Fulton County with their housing needs, and we can't do it in the current climate. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Tanray Garcia. I am the Deputy Executive Director for Housing Authority of Fulton County, and I was a victim of sexual harassment by the said commissioner that we're asking to be removed. We did have a hearing. We sent a thumb drive as well attached with that letter to you asking for his removal. Since the harassment has occurred, he comes to the meetings, he still comes to my office. He's still doing things that are completely inappropriate, and I'm just wondering why we haven't heard from you, because the letter and the thumb drive of the hearing was sent a couple of months ago. I'm afraid sometimes to leave. I'm nervous on Commissioner when we have our monthly meetings, and I'm just asking that you please remove this man, because there is a serious safety concern for me, and our request has been ignored. So I'm asking you, please, so that I can do my job as effectively and safely, which I am entitled to be able to do so. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Hank Harper. I am a Fulton County Housing Authority Commissioner as well. And I concur with what our young lady just got through saying about this particular commissioner. I actually am a former Florida legislator as well as a Housing Authority Commissioner here for over 20 years, a decade of service. And I have never in my life of service had a gentleman ever become what I consider disrespectful, comments, taking my food off of my plate, and doing things that made me extremely uncomfortable as a man. Trying to get his room next to mine, inviting me into his room, things that are just very unfair to anyone. And I just think that I would ask you to please consider removing this commissioner, because one of the things that I did not do, and I had the right to do, was file a lawsuit because of the sexual disrespect that I have witnessed, as well as Ms. Garcia. So please consider removing this gentleman from the commission so that we can move forward in a healthy, happy situation on behalf of the residents of Fulton County. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is P. Andrew Patterson. I'm an attorney. I represent the Housing Authority of Fulton County. As you've heard, the Board of Commissioners of the Housing Authority voted to have Commissioner Ron Shakir removed on the grounds that his behavior has been disruptive that he's exhibited conduct unbecoming of a commissioner, and because of allegations of sexual harassment. He was given notice of these charges. We held a public hearing. There was notice provided on the agenda for the public to attend that hearing. He was specifically given notice of the hearing and chose not to participate. The hearing was conducted by the Honorable Thelma Wyatt Cummings Moore, retired Superior Court judge. She heard testimony. She sustained the charges and recommended that he be removed. And we've transmitted this information to the Fulton County Board of Commissioners, and we're asking that you accept or reject these findings. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. Antavius Weems, Michael Collins, Donna Nunn, Colin Dazelle, and Tiffany Felix.
Good morning. My name is Deborah Allen. I am a resident commissioner for the Fulton County Housing Authority, and I have been for 18 years. And I am here to ask that please consider removing this particular commissioner from our board because it's been disrupting. Never in my life with the Fulton County Authority have I ever seen a commissioner like this. From day one, the first meeting that we had, he disrupted it as if it were a purpose for him to be there to do it. I'm very upset with it because we can't get anything done because of the disruptions. Different things that he's done, calling our chairman out of his name, I mean, being very disrespectful. And it's hard to get business done with working with someone like that. And we're asking you, please, please consider removing him.
Good morning. My name is Antavius Weems, Attorney Antavius Weems. I serve as the chair of the Housing Authority of Fulton County. Taking food out of somebody's plate, trying to go into someone's room, misrepresenting himself as the spokesperson of the Housing Authority in DC to elected officials, taking pictures unsolicited of staff, going into staff members' offices. We are potentially facing 2 lawsuits on behalf of staff members against the Housing Authority because we have failed to act to protect them against Commissioner Ronnie Shakir. This authority has been notified on more than one occasion of what he is doing. We've had to council meetings. Specifically, I have to cancel the meeting tomorrow because I literally can't be there. I have to travel to Seattle. I'm the only person that can generally try to get him in some type of order other than Attorney Patterson. He can't be here, so when the 2 of us can't be here to babysit him, we literally have to cancel the Housing Authority meeting. That means the business of the county cannot be accomplished. And we really genuinely need your help to remove Mr. Shakir. Maybe he's best served in another area, but certainly not in your Housing Authority. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Michael Collins. I'm from Colour of Change. I'm here to talk about the Fulton County Jail. It's become clear that there is a culture of silence and obfuscation when it comes to the jail. You know, it was very disappointing that there was not an operations update published today, as there usually is every month, that would give us detailed information about the jail. We know that there has been a substantial drop, which we are appreciative of, from 3,618 people on the 4th of September to today, where there are 2,912 people. That's a drop of 20%. But we want to know, you know, what's driving that, what's going on, why, and without an operations update from the board, that's really hard. We were also troubled by the article in the AJC last week on the DA and the grand jury process, where it was reported that the DA had blocked the grand jury from issuing subpoenas to the sheriff's office to investigate the jail, something that is their statutory right to do. that is another example of this culture of silence and obfuscation that we're seeing in the county around the jail. It was interesting to see that the grand jury in their report did say that there are $13 million worth of repairs, which is a lot of money, but it's substantially lower than the cost of a new jail, and that was something that they also pointed out. We're also having a lot of trouble with the magistrates process with getting access to
15 seconds.
first appearance hearings as well. And then the latest, what we've seen around the sheriff and the inmates welfare fund is very challenging as well. So I urge you to pursue more accountability with respect to the jail. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Donna Watts-Nunn, the Managing Director of the Hammonds House Museum. And I just want to take a couple minutes to share my appreciation with you for your invaluable support, to the Hammonds House Museum. Your board has consistently provided support for us, and your dedication to the arts and continued backing of our museum has been instrumental in our ability to thrive, especially in this post-COVID-19 rebuilding, audience rebuilding phase that all cultural organizations have gone through across the country. The funding support that you have extended to the Hammonds House has allowed us to maintain some and enhance other programs, exhibitions, and educational initiatives for our members and patrons. We look forward to building on the foundation that has already been established. The support from your board is a vote of confidence in the role that the arts play in enriching our lives and strengthening our communities. Your ongoing commitment to our museum, along with our legacy partner organizations, MBAF, Johns Creek Art Center, and the Chattahoochee Nature Center, serves as a testament that you understand the importance of cultural institutions. So thank you again for your unwavering dedication to the arts. We're truly excited about what lies ahead. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Collins DeSell. I work for the Alliance Theater, which is part of the Woodruff Arts Center in the heart of District 3 of Fulton County. We are celebrating 55 years right in the middle of Fulton County. For those of you I haven't met yet, it's so wonderful to see new faces. For those who are old friends, I'm glad to see we're all still here, and you're all looking wonderful, and you haven't aged a day. And I hope you will extend that same grace to me. But anyway, like I said, I am with the Alliance Theater. I echo every single thing that my fellow artists and arts colleagues have said about the importance of arts and culture, both as we were heading into the pandemic, through the pandemic, and now thankfully on the other side. Because of Fulton County's funding, we were able to navigate what I am hoping is a once-in-my-lifetime pandemic event that I never see again. We were able to keep people on payroll, produce theater in shipping containers down near Georgia State, continue working in the Department of Juvenile Justice, continuing to work in all of our partner schools in Fulton County when everything was shut down, and that was all due to funding from the county. Now that we are all back in person, our teachers and partners see us as an instrumental partner who didn't leave them behind during the pandemic, and we are welcoming children in droves to field trips to see A Christmas Carol, Into the Burrow, and Knock Knock. So we've got 3 shows running right now. I invite you, your families, and friends to please come over the holiday season and celebrate with us. Thank you. And I just want to wish you all a happy holiday season and just advocate for the continued art support. Thank you.
Next 5 speakers, please come down. W. Imari Kennedy, Dory Henry, James Caldwell, Waverly T. Lucas II, and Kathleen Bertrand.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for all the work that you do for Fulton County and for the opportunity to share my voice. My name is Tiffany Felix. I am coming in support of FACE. This group, Fashion Arts, Culture, and Education Atlanta, has a vision for Atlanta that is transformative. At the intersection of fashion, arts, culture, education, you find tech and finance. You find inspiration, you find movement. It elevates and touches all layers of our society. These are the very reasons that people relocate here and enrich our history and culture. I'm hearing Atlanta, i.e. Fulton County, come within conversations along with New York and Paris, not only putting Fulton County on the map, but also on a world stage. This summer, FACE sent 2 Clark Atlanta students to Paris Fashion Week. That singular experience will touch lives, will touch communities, will touch generations. It's the story and the energy that bring back the trusted and that they bring back to trust and intimate spaces, into homes, among the children, against the backdrop of our elders, and create legacy. Through the education of a very tangible experience, you show another way. You ignite generational dreaming, and that builds generational wealth. At one of their events, I met a fashion designer who shared with me that he could not read until he was in the 11th grade. He made it to 11th grade through memorizing what he needed to pass. Fashion provided him another way to communicate beyond words and perfect sentence structure, but he had a teacher who noticed that and helped him shift the paradigm. She got him into home ec classes where he was able to learn to sew, and now he can stand and contribute fully as a husband, as a father, as a brand, in a business that will create jobs, pay taxes, and build in the very spaces
15 seconds.
Creating space and opportunity for him to thrive. Taking away funding, in taking away funding, you would be setting a fire to a bridge and infrastructure that cannot be easily replaced. Please make a real effort to truly understand the critical nature of art and culture and the value that they bring to Fulton County. Thank you so much.
Good morning again. It is good to be with you this morning as we celebrate again, as I say, the Fulton County story. You know, as someone who's been blessed to sit at the right hand and the helm of some of our nation's greatest leaders and our community's greatest leaders, I, probably better than others, know the challenges that you all face as public servants to really ensure that you represent the voice of all people throughout Fulton County. Well, as I think it's been manifested today, the voice of the people across Fulton County is saying art and culture matters, from the furthest corner north to the furthest corner south and everything in between. I know that when people have come before you, there's sometimes this false understanding that when we're talking about the part of art and cultures, that support is looking solely in terms of the parameters of the city of Atlanta. But what I want to say to you is, and I think you've already heard, is that we're talking about a Fulton County story that impacts every corner of this community. You know, I want to speak, Commissioner Ellis, to you and just tell you about a conversation I had with some of your constituents just last night that were surprised that arts funding was even being considered to be cut because of the thriving community of artists that live in your district. And the same with you, Commissioner Thorne. These folks may not be able to physically make it down here, but they are wanting to ensure that their voice is heard. I want to give this to the clerk as a representation of close to 500 individuals that signed up saying, we can't make it here at 10 o'clock, but our voice matters. I want to make you aware of ongoing online petitions from artists from the northern part of our corridor that are saying art and culture matters. Thank you, Commissioner Chairman. But what I just really want to say to you is art and culture, investing in art and culture is investing in community. You are here to serve the public, and we know that you will make the right decision for this year and for future years. Thank you, and God bless.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Dory Henry. I'm the Chief of Staff for State Senator Donzella James, who represents District 35, which are all of the cities in South Fulton and all of Douglas County. I'm here today on behalf of Senator James, who regrets for not being here. She unfortunately is out of town at a funeral, but she sent me on her behalf. She wants to put on the record her support for youth outreach funding. I know that that's a line item that's in your budget, and specifically the Royal Arts Charity Gala. This is an annual fundraising event aimed at raising funds for entertainment projects that reflect young people's lives and experiences. And their goal is to enhance academic and artistic enrichment through creative and original projects. Senator James has been a long-standing supporter of that particular initiative, which is very critical for our youth these days. You know, if they don't have anything to keep them occupied and busy, they get in a world of trouble. So this particular event is an annual event. It's going to be on February the 18th of 2024. And I just wanted to point out, the state has its own budget and it has a Council of Arts. And it, for 2024, there's $3.5 million that's allocated for that program. Out of that $3.5 million, none of those projects are directed towards youth. So we're asking you to please to continue to support youth outreach projects and help our youth in Fulton County stay sustainable and help them to continue to thrive. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good morning. I'm Kathleen Bertrand, founder and executive producer of Bronze Lens Film Festival, a nonprofit organization that will be celebrating its 15th year this year. I've stood before you on other occasions about other issues, even been honored here in this very well. I want to say that for all that I've done over the years, I want to just show appreciation for the support that you have given, and especially today, the support that you have given Bronze Lens Film Festival. Arts and art organizations are part of the very fabric and lifeblood of this county. But many of us are just getting back on track post-pandemic, many of the smaller organizations. So from the diversity of the kinds of organizations that are in the city, dance organizations, performance venues, you've heard from the NBAF and Rialto. What you have to understand is when there is a cut in the funds, it's not just affecting the organizations. It affects the vendors, the people that we go out and hire to help us put on our events, and it affects the programs that we want to present, and finally, it affects the people that we hire as team members or as staff. Everybody gets affected when there is a cut. I'm grateful that you were generous in your giving to the arts and culture of the city and of this county over the past few years, and I'm here to join with the voices of the other organizations that you have heard from this morning to ask that you please maintain
15 seconds.
and do not cut arts funding. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Greetings. My name is Waverly T. Lucas II, and I'm co-founder, co-director, and resident choreographer for Balethnic Dance Company in East Point, Georgia. We are a Southern cultural treasure, and recently, Balethnic Way will be our street that we've invested in. And as I speak of investment, I want to thank you for your investment in Balethnic, because when I go back, I look at the times when we were here. I was at the Arts Congress at the Atlanta Civic Center with Maynard Jackson and so forth, and we had basically just started an idea. We left the Dance Theater of Harlem, my wife Nina and I, and joined the Atlanta Ballet. We made history as the first time that you had 5 Black African-American ballet dancers, professional Black ballet dancers in a ballet company. Okay? That's significant. More history. My wife, Nina, is the only female co-founder of one of the 3 professional Black ballet companies in America here. And I'm going back in history because I just had to share a quote. The great Marcus Garvey, who is the image of our urban nutcracker doll, said, "There is no future for people who deny their past." We have our past, you know. There's no Balethnic without Fulton County, the funding for that. So I want you to understand how important what you do is and how it will live beyond you. Because Fulton County is who supported us when no one else would, who saw that vision. There are many Balethnics, but then there are many organizations like ours who are now at 30 so minute.
15 seconds.
Hours. And we need that continued support to continue to thrive instead of just survive. Thank you.
Last 5 speakers in Assembly Hall: Amari Franklin, Akara Atkins, Alex Lex Perry, Dr. Adu Gamir, and Kenya Mitchell.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. My name is Amari Franklin. I go to Clark Atlanta University. I'm a senior, and I study fashion design and merchandising. I am here to talk on behalf of FACE, and I just also want to thank you guys for allowing us to go to Paris, France, to experience this. It was a very pivotal moment for myself and my colleague, Fakara. It was my first time traveling out of the country, so I thought that was a really big thing, and my mom was very proud. I ask that you guys would please continue to support Mr. David Manuel, because this is something that could help a lot of students, as myself, and people of my disabled community, to be able to show them that you can do anything no matter what circumstances that you face. And I would just like to say a very big thank you again, and I'm very grateful. God was definitely with us while we were there, and with you guys as well. And I just pray that you guys do continue to support Mr. David Manuel, because without him, neither of us, or I don't think any other people, will be able to afford or be able to get out there to be able to fulfill their dreams, and just to be able to see the world and have such a great time. So again, thank you so much for listening to me, and I'll pray for you guys, because I know you guys got a lot more speakers, but have a good one.
Amen.
Hi, my name is Fakara Akins. I am the second participant of the trip that FACE allowed for us to go to. I just would like to say thank you for the opportunity. It is extremely pivotal and critical for you all to keep FACE within the Fulton County community. While I am not from here, I do attend Clark Atlanta University with my colleague Amari Franklin, and we really were exposed to something that we've never seen before. It was, my first time traveling outside of the country, and so what David Manuel, along with others within the FACE department, what they created, it was something golden. And considering the fact that we were the first ones, I really truly do hope that you all continue this program. That way other students can experience what we were able to. So I just like to say thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak to you today. My name is Dr. Aduke Arimu, and for the last 30 years, I have produced, facilitated, advocated arts and culture for young people. Since I've arrived in this wonderful county and in the state of Georgia, I have formed a coalition of other artists, producers, entertainment folks whose sole purpose is to produce and present projects for our young people solely. We also have acquired a film studio in Fulton County, which has donated their entire staff and team to the production of film for young people, dance projects for young people, music for young people, etc. I ask you today to support the initiative of continuing vigorous funding for our young people productions, which is film and music, dance, etc. I also ask you to support us. We have formed a tremendous movement and coalition, which will be at the Fox Theater February 18th, in which artists from all over the state of Georgia will come together to shout in one voice, "We support young people productions." At that event, your Honorable Director of Arts and Culture, David Manuel, will be honored along with Commissioner Larry Johnson, Commissioner Oz Nesbitt, Commissioner Jean Andrews, and many of our powerful leaders of this particular state who are coming together to say, please support projects for young people in film, music, art, and dance. We are solely concerned.
15 seconds.
Thank you, sir. We're solely concerned with the proliferation of these projects for our younger audiences that are morally imperative, positive, and give them a sense of self-esteem. Thank you to this wonderful board.
Hi, my name is Kenya Mitchell, and I'm here representing Take the Time Foundation because they matter, as well as working closely with Dr. Aduke and the arts program, as well as Rob for hip hop youth, that is gun violence, as well as arts and music. My father's foundation as well, that was big in the Sweet Auburn Festival, Just Blues. So working with all of those together, I believe that we can stop the things at the root of the problem. If we put the money at the root of the problem, it can save us money in the long run, because a lot of these speakers, it all comes from the root of the problem, which are the children. If we pour into the children, they won't become adults that are complaining about pay and not having confidence to go perform in arts. Arts, music, mental health, healthy co-parenting classes, all of that together works to bring out a healthy adult in our society that can have entrepreneurship opportunities. Having music and art, it really makes you feel alive. It makes you feel like you have a purpose. So that's really important for children. Like I said, putting the money at the root of the problem, which is the children. Once you instill the confidence and the leadership skills in healthy homes and healthy households, we can eliminate a lot of the problems that we're hearing today from the adults, because we're all just the children from the beginning. And if we stop those roots, I stand firm on that. The children need the funding, they need the time, it takes a village. That's where it starts. It's imperative, the youth. We won't have these problems complaining about pay.
15 seconds.
Because they'll have the entrepreneurships to create generational wealth. They'll have the confidence to go perform on Broadway all over the world, and to give them a reason of purpose and creativeness. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Chairman, we have 13 speakers on Zoom and 2 emailed in comments.
All right, it is almost 12 o'clock. We'll take the Zoom and the, what are the others? Emails at the conclusion of the meeting if there are no objections. Continue.
Okay, on the next item would be the add-on item that was moved up, 230839, discussion, election update, sponsored by Commissioner Thorne.
Ms. Patrice Perkins Hooker.
I just
Madam
want
Thorne, go ahead. You have the floor.
I just want to say Fulton County's traditionally always got an election update following an election. So I believe we need to take this opportunity to discuss it, especially since we had some issues that required a recount. Typically, our director of elections would give us this update. She is unavailable, which I find very disappointing. But I thank you, Ms. Hooker, for coming down here and giving us that update.
Thank you. No problem. That's what we're here for, is to make certain that your questions are addressed. The Fulton County election cycle for municipal elections was perfect with regard to the election day and what happened in spite of challenges that we informed you about as it was going along. Challenges created from 2 sources. One, from redistricting efforts of some local municipalities and the impact on voters. And the second one was the Jarvis system and the system, basically communication glitches that impacted the vote ballots for people. All 147 Fulton County voting precincts were open, operational, and equipped. They all had no problems with regard to wait lines, and we had no legal action needed in order to extend the elections timeframe. And what I mean by the elections went perfect, the elections did run smoothly. we had the issues that were impacted, and I think in the memo that we provided to you, we showed you the few voters who were impacted by those districts, by city, because we could identify by virtue of going through the recount at our own initiative what was the impact on an election. We were very concerned to make certain that every vote would count, and where we could fix the votes and could fix the districts, we went through a detailed analysis of those districts that were questionable in their street assignments, and we spent that time doing that recount to make certain that the votes were accurate as cast. And so that's why we did the recount. It was not mandated by anybody but ourselves. And in the process of the recount, we observed that there was a discrepancy between the number of advanced voting ballots. And those advanced voting ballots, when the recount number was 300 less than the original day of elections, and we went to do a deep dive to see what was the cause. We are committed to trying to ensure accuracy before certification. And we did it, and we got the results out. They were sent to you all today. They are not due to the state for another couple of days, although we sent it to the Secretary of State's office in advance. So I'd like to address any questions that you think were problems, Commissioners, and you were the only person who sent emails and questions, like 6 of them yesterday.
Yes, I'd like to. Thank you for coming down, first of all. I really appreciate you covering for us. So, I guess you explained Wednesday. You sent us an email on Wednesday with just glowing results.
Yes.
The election was great, just a few little minor redistricting issues, but all in all, everything was great.
And the Secretary of State said so too. The Commissioner was there.
Hold on.
So then Thursday, after our agenda's already due, we get an email, a notification of a recount with no explanation from the director. I questioned, why are we doing this recount? You answered she has the right to call for a recount. But you got to understand, calling for a recount is kind of a big deal. And had this been a big election, like in 2024, it would be headline news. So that was very concerning to me. On Saturday, Mariska Bodison sent us an email with an explanation as to why they're doing the recount. But I had all day, from Thursday night through Friday till Saturday, with no explanation. And I think that's kind of uncalled for. And then yesterday, we get notified that you're having to do another recount because you were missing some votes, the 300 some votes. I listened to the Board of Elections meeting. There was no real hard questions asked. So I want to know, how did we miss these votes? What happened? The results were uploaded on November 13th at 10-something at night. And then we had to do another recount before certification. And I took it as it was absentee ballots, which it wasn't. It was advanced early voting ballots. So I want to know, we just built this beautiful warehouse where everything can be in one location and nothing can get lost. And there's a chain of custody. So I'm concerned what happened.
Well, nothing got lost. What it was not scanned. At the huge facility where everybody could see the entirety of what we were doing, there were stacks of 31 boxes, clearly labeled in blue, which is the the advanced voting code. There were 31 boxes, each of them representing a quote-unquote precinct for the election results. Those 31 boxes, unfortunately, due to human error, were all stacked up in one little row with 2 boxes, 2 double high. And then they had adjacent to that a pallet where they were supposed to be transferring the boxes from one area that was like this close to another area that was this close after they were scanned. So they went from one area publicly visible to the scanning room, back to the pallet. They did not, because of the close proximity, they put one box on the pallet before it had been scanned. So it never was lost. It just wasn't scanned. When we observed it that night, in fact, I stayed up with them to 12 o'clock at night trying to figure out what we needed to do. My commitment is to make certain it's accurate. So my commitment was to tell the executive director, we need to rescan the advance voting because we know it's there because it had already been reported in the election results. So we went back and recounted just that advance voting ballot and make sure all 31 boxes got counted. So they didn't go anywhere, they didn't move, chain of custody, they were right there in front of monitors, observers, the world. But they were all stacked up, and due to human error, one box was not scanned.
So I have a question about the chain of custody. So normally you have a box, it's sealed, it has a chain of custody form.
Yes.
You open that box, and whoever opens it has to sign on the chain of custody. You scan it, then you reseal the box, and then you put the date, the person, the chain of custody when you seal the box back up again. So if you missed a box, wouldn't you be able to see, oh, this one was never opened, the chain of custody is still the same, it hasn't been resealed? I don't understand how you should be able to say, okay, this is the one we never sealed. There should have been checks and balances to make sure all of them were sealed, unless you broke the chain of custody with the ballots.
That's not correct. Your description of the process is correct, but the chain of custody, if no one is looking at the actual boxes after they are resealed to see if there was an additional signature or a change in signature, you wouldn't have caught it. And that's what happened. The volunteer who was working, or the person assigned to that, not volunteer because everybody was getting paid, but the person who was working with that area just didn't note that that had not been scanned. So we maintained chain of custody the entirety of the time. They were resealed, and if they are already sealed, you wouldn't note that it hadn't been resealed unless you were actually going through that. And we would not just rescan one box after we had concluded the election. The process is you have to do a recount of the entirety of the tabulation for that particular type of ballot. So that's what we decided to do early in the morning on Wednesday, losing all my days, I guess, on Tuesdays, to make certain that we could make the deadline by 5 o'clock for the certification of the elections. So they just did that one series, and we could have just ignored it and gone back to certify the numbers from the existing election, but that wouldn't have been right from my perspective because I wanted to make certain that they were 100% accurate.
Okay, is there a process in place so that this doesn't happen again?
Yes, there is, and great question. Because of the fact that I am, one of these Georgia Tech industrial management majors, I put into place a quality control process such that after that election, I told them we need to make certain somebody's just doing QA, QC. So somebody's job is to pick up a box, 3 people are scanning, another person's job is to stack them up, and somebody is watching it. So at the recount, we implemented that quality control process, and we will be using that process for every category of election ballots. But it had never happened before to the county. They didn't know about it, and that's what we ended up doing as a result of that. But it didn't result in anybody's vote being taken out of that room, that warehouse, nor did it result in the votes being lost. The box was just not scanned. And we identified that discrepancy on our own and took corrective action.
So to move on to another errors that were made in redistricting. This is a big concern of mine, and I addressed these concerns with Nadine back in January because I personally had issues with redistricting, people going to vote and my name wasn't on the ballot, my race wasn't on the ballot. I think Commissioner Arrington had issues with his district too. So I asked her, moving forward, what are we going to do to make sure this doesn't happen again? She told me it was a conspiracy theory, but I said it wasn't. We need to be double checking, triple checking, making sure. But here, it happened again. And not only in South Fulton and East Point, Atlanta had issues. There were issues, other issues across the county. So I wanted you to speak on the redistricting errors.
Yeah, the redistricting issues, and we're trying not to call our partners as committing errors. They had the same type of concerns with their databases. We conduct elections for municipalities. We do not take the data of a municipality and alter it. We take that data, they send it to us, we take the data, we build a ballot form based upon the streets and the districts that they notified us have been redistricted. We then send that information back to them to be confirmed. It was done for the city of Atlanta, it was done for East Point, it was done for all of the municipalities for which we conducted an election. I think it was day 2 of advanced voting, I got a call from the mayor of East Point indicating that there was some problems with some of her constituents who had gone in to vote in advance voting, and they did not have a race on their ballot. And they said that they were in one district, but they may have been in another. We then worked with the city of East Point to try and figure out what was causing the problem. We weren't absolutely certain, but then we realized that we needed to get our teams together. So our team went to work with the GIS folks and the team from the clerk's office in East Point to try to address that and reconcile where the problems were, identify the precincts. We put signage up to let them know to check their ballot to make certain that if there was an issue with regard to their district or they were concerned about their district, please let us know. Then they would supposed to be given a provisional ballot, but sometimes the provisional ballots might have not reflected the same district. There was still a concern by some citizens who were adamant that they were in a particular district. But that district map didn't reflect it, just point blank and period. So we went back and forth for another week with the city of East Point. We finally got it together, but you see on the memo you got the number of 16 ballots that were impacted solely from the redistricting. And then we worked with the city of Atlanta. They got theirs straight immediately. The city of South Fulton discovered their error really as a result of some revelations from Commissioner later on. They didn't catch it in the very first week of advanced voting. But by the time of the election day, all of the issues that we could address on their behalf, we did, which included 3 absentee ballots who had voted and sent them in, and they were in the wrong district. We sent new ballots out to them, and those 3 voters did get the correct ballot. So there were issues with that, but that issue was also compounded by the database issues, coordinating and communicating from the state office through Jarvis and NoLink with our poll pads. And that was probably the problem related to some of the problems that you all had in the county election, but in the county election, we were responsible and we could manipulate the database. In the city elections, the city is responsible, so we didn't have the ability to go and change their data willy-nilly.
So basically, 16 South Fulton and 6 East Point voters were disenfranchised. They didn't get the correct ballot.
They did not get the correct ballot, that's correct.
So I received a report from somebody in actually District 3 that went and looked at my voter page, looked at their ballot, decided who they're going to vote for, went to their precinct to vote, and that they didn't get the right ballot. There was a lot of conversation back and forth with the manager calling in the call center. Eventually, the manager had to give her the correct ballot by pulling it up on the BMD using the combo codes, using her admin card, pulling it up so she could vote. The entire process took about 45 minutes long, which a lot of people going in just for a small municipal election don't have 45 minutes, which turned out her husband went in later that day and was put through the same process. Unfortunately, he didn't have the 45 minutes to wait, so he just didn't vote. So that's voter suppression. And we've got to do better about making sure people go to vote and they have the correct ballot. And you said in your meeting that you went through just East Point and South Fulton, kind of checking to see who got the wrong ballot, who got the right ballot. But if a manager pulls it up on a BMD, the ballot, you will still think that they voted whatever's in the poll pad. Because that combo code, there's no way of reconciling what combo code was pulled up to mark that ballot with that voter, that particular voter.
There is
Correct.
no way to mark a ballot with for that particular voter. However, before that manager got that combo code, they had to call the elections hub to get the combo number, and they had to explain and document why they needed it. So we're not able to track these ballots like we did the ones for those cities where we knew that there were redistricting errors, and we could track it that way. That particular person's problem, and that person was a friend of one of the state election board members who actually came to observe the election night vote on Tuesday, and she reported that to us at the time. But that was a result of Jarvis' system not having that particular voter assigned to that precinct, even though the My Voter page had the right precinct information, but the Jarvis Now Link situation has to be resolved. We're working with our partners at the Secretary of State's office to get this resolved. We wrote letters to the Secretary of State's office before the election. And it's not a problem for just Fulton County commissioners. The commissioners of Cobb, Gwinnett, DeKalb, Clayton, all went to the Secretary of State's office and said, hey, we have a problem here, Houston, and it's going to be a bigger issue in the 2024 election when you don't have just one or two off, but you could have the possibility of people having long lines waiting for that process to take place. I am sorry for that voters problem. We're not trying to keep people from voting, but we have to make certain that the data that's in the system makes sense for what they're voting for, and we do have to work on the component parts, and we were trying to work on it, but that one's not one we're going to be able to fix ourselves. The municipalities, we can work with our municipal governments and try to get their data correct before 2024, because they're not going to do another redistricting. But that particular situation happened often, frequently at different polling precincts, and I appreciate those who were tenacious enough to wait for us to try to get the information in a way that the poll manager could create a ballot for them, but it took a process. And one of the processes, just let you know, that we're trying to do going forward is just to go ahead and get the provisional ballots done at the beginning. So if they come in, they're not on a poll pad, because we've seen this now, we know what it looks like, we know how random it is, here's your provisional ballot. And then you have to convince a voter to take a provisional ballot, because a lot of people really want to vote on the machine and they give us pushback on it. But we're working through trying to get them an opportunity to vote, but that was the only way we could
But you can only
work.
get a provisional ballot on election day, which a majority of people are doing advanced early voting.
Right.
So what are we going to do to solve the advanced early voting people that are getting the wrong ballot?
I do not know, right,
Okay.
at this point, because of the fact that there is no way for us to determine in advance that they have the wrong vote ballot until they go to a precinct, any precinct that's an advanced voting precinct, and then they let us know about the problem. And then we have to keep working with the Secretary of State's office. That's all we can do.
And speaking into hiring provisional managers for every precinct, as a manager, you have 2 assistant managers.
Yes.
I think every manager needs to assign one of their assistant managers to be strictly a provisional ballot clerk, but they can do other duties, because typically you only have, I sometimes have 0 provisional voters. The most I've ever had, I think, is 8, and that was when we had to keep the polls open 2 hours longer because Fulton screwed up and the judge mandated we had to stay open and everybody had to vote on the provisional list or vote on emergency ballot. But I was looking at your email, and it said there were 30,091 provisional ballots cast in this election.
That's what the report reflected that you asked for on the election night.
Isn't that an exceptionally large number of
Well,
provisional ballots?
they weren't provisional ballots. The provisional and absentee are included in the same category. So the numbers might have been reversed, but absentee ballots and provisionals are totaled together and treated the same way.
Okay. And can you, when the second recount, when you decided you had the missing box and you had to recount all 31 boxes, did you notify the Secretary of State immediately?
Yes, they were told before every recount, and they were made aware of every recount results.
Okay, because I had conflicting information, because I reached out to the Secretary of State's office for some.
And yeah, remember, I sent you an email of the actual notification of the recount, the transmittal of the votes, which you asked about, but we also notified, Blake was aware of. That's who we're dealing with. I don't know who you're dealing with.
Okay, I would double check to see if Blake was aware of that. In your meeting, did a convicted felon vote?
In our meeting, a convicted felon did not
You had a
vote.
challenged voter who was
Right.
a convicted.
Frank somebody that said at the meeting on yesterday, there was a hearing held for a felon who we were notified by the Secretary of State's office was a felon, that we needed to decide to remove him from the roster. He was given notice of the hearing, and he failed to show at the hearing.
But don't we get a list of convicted felons, and we're supposed to clean our voter list of those convicted felons? Did we fail to clean the list? Because Mr. Johnson, a few meetings ago, mentioned, why aren't we getting convicted felon removal?
We are getting notification from the Secretary of State's office about felons. This one from yesterday was one of the ones we were notified about. But they are given an opportunity to have a hearing. They're given an opportunity to provide documentation of the fact that they've cleared their record, they have finished probation and any other type of payments. So we send out letters to them once we get the information from the Secretary of State.
But he should have been on a list and should have been cleaned off, shouldn't he?
No, he shouldn't until we actually have a meeting to give that opportunity to be heard. There's a due process approach. It's not to just-
He has to have it because he was challenged.
No,
But
he
you
wasn't
should be getting a list of convicted felons that are removed, and it should be routine maintenance of the voter rolls. So my question is, are we doing routine maintenance of the voter rolls by removing felons, convicted felons from our list?
Commissioner Thorne, Fulton County never does an independent search for anybody, dead people, felons, people who live out of state. The Secretary of State's office sends Fulton County a daily list of issues. People are dead that need to be removed. People are felons that need to be removed. It is our obligation, once we receive that, to send a notice, even to the dead people, to let them know. And we found a live person who the Secretary of State had reported dead, and the person came to the hearing and said, "What do you mean? I'm not dead." We don't have the right to remove anybody's privilege to vote without a hearing. So that person came to a hearing for the first time, and yesterday that person's rights, he was removed from the roster. And that did come from the Secretary of State's office, not a challenge. We have had a challenge with another person who was using someone else's address, but that person was removed as well. So we are systemically following the process. We are not on our own initiating any investigation of our voting rolls to remove anybody.
The person you removed, did he vote in the last election?
Yes, he did. He voted he's voted the last 3 or 4 years.
So he's a voter that we allowed that shouldn't have been on there.
No, we allowed the voter to vote until his rights were removed.
Okay, regarding cell phones in the warehouse.
Yes.
We need transparency. We are lacking trust in our election system. Yet, when some people entered the warehouse yesterday, they were told they couldn't bring their phones in, they had to leave them in the cars, or they had to check them in. Where are we developing these policies? The policies seem to change throughout the day. I was in communications with you, our attorneys. Who's setting these policies? We had people, I know a Democrat candidate was able she was notified that 72 hours before, if she had applied, she could get into these certain areas. But her challenger didn't know and wasn't able to go past certain tables. Now, he called his attorney, they wrote a letter, and he was eventually allowed to go to other areas of the warehouse. But we've set up the warehouse to make it fully transparent, to make it visible for people, then yet we have these random, okay, you need to check your phone in, you can't take pictures, but you can have your phone in and you can get right up here, but you can't get right up here. So I want to know who's setting these procedures. I want to know how are the candidates, how are the public aware of these procedures, and are we following the law?
Okay, let me tell you where we are. Commissioner, your 10 minutes are up on this particular item, so let's...
I believe like people have talked a lot longer than 10 minutes.
Just a minute. Let's hear, you have 2 more speakers, and we come back to you, Commissioner Abdul-Rahman and Commissioner Ellis, and we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairwoman Patrice Perkins Hooker, you did not identify who you are. Even though we all know who you are, there may be someone listening. And would you please identify who you are?
Yes, my name is Patrice Perkins Hooker. I'm a resident of District number 6, or 5. That's your district, right? 5. And I am the chairperson for the Fulton County Board of Elections and Registration since June.
And why are you here today?
I am here today because there was a request to have an elections update, and because the elections director was not able to attend, there are only a couple of people who have the authority to speak on behalf of the department. I'm one of them, and I volunteered to come to make certain that the commissioners were granted an opportunity to have their questions addressed.
Thank you for coming today. So you came here as a request. Someone requested someone to come.
That's
from.
correct.
And so that's why you're here. And it was added on in order for you to be here, right?
Yeah, well, I presume so.
Thank you. Did we have any problems, any glitches, anything that happened during this election that would have changed anybody's race as to whether they would have won or lost?
No, and that is why we did the recount, so I could stand up here, look y'all in the eyes and say no.
So is it true to say that you were proactive in any things that may have happened?
We tried up to the extent that we could to be as proactive as possible and then to double check to make certain that what we did do did not impact any race.
Is it also true that the municipalities as well as the Secretary of State have responsibility in getting correct information to you all?
Yes.
Okay, does sometimes they do not do that correctly?
Yes.
Okay. Is it also true that sometimes you have to do due process when there's somebody who is either deceased, name change, whatever the information you're given, you have to do due process to make sure that that person is not being disenfranchised?
Yes, that's required under federal and state law.
Okay, my last question to you. In your career here, dealing with elections, have you ever had an election that went so smoothly that you did not have one problem?
No, we have not, in my experience in the last 10 years of dealing with elections, or because of the fact that Fulton County has had problems that are reported by news people or complained about by citizens. Those particular problems that I alerted you all to, as soon as they occurred, I told you, and then we worked through ways to try to do what we could on our end.
In time, because of the chairman's ask that we move on, I just want to go on record saying thank you. I was made aware of some of the problems. I was given information. I appreciate you all being proactive. There is no hidden agenda to take, steal, destroy, hide, or anything in Fulton County. Were there some mistakes? Yes. Were there mistakes that were out of your control? Yes. But I thank you for being proactive, and I thank you for being here today.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis, and back to Commissioner Thorne, who's going to sum up here.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I mean, just based on our rules, we normally don't have a time limit on discussion items. I mean, I don't, if Commissioner Thorne could wrap up her comments, I'd like to give her back the floor and let her wrap up and then close with my questions.
But we do have, you can speak, generally speak about 10 minutes.
I know, but there's not really, I don't think our rules call for a time limit when we're in a discussion item versus a vote.
I keep track of not the
I know you do.
responses.
I know. But,
all right.
I mean, we definitely have had, I just want to give the courtesy for her to wrap up.
We're back to her now.
You want me to do
No,
mine?
no. You have the floor now, Vice Chair. And then
Okay,
we're going
all right,
back
I will
to
keep
Sue.
my stuff relatively brief. Ms. Hooker, thanks for being here. Really sort of two things, okay? On, you did come in here and say everything was perfect, right? So everything wasn't perfect, so I would caution us to just sort of be careful about the language we use in terms of when we describe things as perfect. And recognize this is a large logistical effort and that sort of thing. The one thing I will say is like maybe we're making progress to where we won't have this issue at all come the next time. We had some previous elections where we missed some batches of votes. We certified it, and the Secretary of State had to come back and say, oh, you missed a few precincts or whatever, right? All right, so this time we do a recount, we miss a batch of things, we catch it on our own. Maybe there's a different way you communicate that, but the key thing is it's happened now on multiple occasions. One time we caught it before it got certified, other times we didn't catch it before it got certified. So we talked, this process we talked about having a process related to this many times ago, right? So there obviously, and we were assured that there was going to be a process. It wasn't a process. It happened again. You caught it before it got certified, better, but next time it didn't happen at all, right? I guess that's where that would be my hope, that if we do have a process, let's make darn sure we have a process and it's followed. Okay, on that particular point. On the, now I lost my whole train of thought on this whole thing. I'm gonna let Commissioner Thorne, or one more thing. On this issue of the people that we get supplied a list of that should be removed from the rolls. Do we remove them and send them notice and say, if you object to this, then come in? Or do we wait to have them respond before we remove them?
The letter actually reads, we've been notified by the Secretary of State's office that you are a felon and they've requested that you be removed from the rolls.
Right.
Please provide us with any documentation or information that you have that may address the issues. And then we said you have a right to appeal this particular decision by request a hearing before the board or get a hearing before the board. And we put it on the next board meeting agenda to deal with.
What is the standard practice with elections boards? Do they remove the person and then send notice and say, hey, if you object to this, come in here and show why you shouldn't be removed? Or is it, let's wait, let's give the person an extended period of time to respond before they're removed? You understand the distinction?
I understand the extension, the distinction.
What are other boards, what are other local elections boards do?
I don't know, but they do everything. They don't have there's no set mandate on what you do as an election board with regard to your hearings on matters that are challenged or matters that notify. We, as Fulton County, follow the process I told you, which is that we tell people when they have been.
Could we ask for some direction from the State Elections Board about what they would deem to be a consistent practice?
I guess you all could, but we would follow our rules until we got anything that was
so
mandated.
in essence, you're telling me there are some elections boards who they may say, hey, we get the notice from the Secretary of State, there's a convicted felon, we pull them off, we send them a letter and said, if you object to it, provide us with additional information. Some folks may do that. Some folks may do this.
That's correct.
So there may not be consistency from county to county in that.
Yes, there is not consistency from county to county, Commissioner.
There's not consistency from county to county on that, okay? All right, my last thing is on the redistricting piece. So we've had that issue twice now. One time, if I heard you say it correctly, that was more of the responsibility fell upon us. This time, if I'm hearing you correctly, you're suggesting that that responsibility fell more on the municipalities. We are going to have another redistricting, right? There's going to be a special session, there's going to be another redistricting. Right?
That's correct.
So I'm not asking you for that answer right now, but we, I think, do need to hear from you all about how you are aggressively going to deal with that and make sure that with this next round of redistricting adjustments, that we're not going to have, the issues we've seen now in 2 cycles, right? Because it just has the potential to be a lot more of a magnified issue with this particular set of redistricting. So I'm not looking for an answer on that. That's more just a request.
Yeah,
So,
I actually think that this is a very good request, Commissioner Ellis, and we will continue to work with the county strategic team. We have that brain trust going on that has helped improve the process already in Fulton County elections, and we need to have collective input on how to do that, because it is not our goal to have any problems. So we will be working with them to try to figure out how we confirm. The issue is actually in the confirmation of the new lines.
Right.
And making certain that they correspond to our GIS information and then our databases. So we will work with that team and try to figure out a process. We are working through conceptually a plan, and I think we do need more people on there.
all right, thank you.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Madam Chair, for being here today. It's refreshing to receive this type of response to questions. I would I guess I would want to know your take on whether we should maybe take that to include this as part of our legislative agenda, the uniformity of how people are removed. When I hear you say the words due process, I would hate for someone to take any of my rights away before offering me a hearing and an opportunity to contest the allegations. And so I can't imagine that anyone, it's scary to think that there may be other counties that are immediately removing people without giving them a hearing. That's unconstitutional. So, Ms. Corbett, we need to make sure that that's part of our legislative agenda. We need to ask our state legislators to make sure that the different counties have some uniform policy as to how convicted felons are removed. And I assume that our state legislature would not pass a law that would be unconstitutional and that would remove someone's rights before giving them a hearing and an opportunity to be heard on whether the allegations are true or not. So thank you again. I hope you come back every time.
I do want to say that this process was not something that started on my watch. This is how Fulton County has handled these types of challenges beforehand.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
Okay. On the hearing, he was scheduled to have a hearing. It was delayed. You reached out, contacted him to make sure, because you guys didn't want to clear him because he didn't show it. So this was the second time he didn't. And in that time frame, he voted.
You keep saying he would be entitled to vote until it's an actual.
But you had a hearing scheduled in the meeting before. And he didn't show up, and you guys reached out to him. His phone had gotten disconnected, so you reached out to him via mail. You went through great efforts to contact him,
We do that.
which is appreciative. But then you ended up removing him anyway.
Yes.
So a convicted felon, that you had documentation that he was a convicted felon, he had not served his sentence yet, was removed. You legitimately removed him from the rolls, but he got the opportunity to vote because of a delay. So I'm just going to leave that there. Regards to transparency in the warehouse, that's kind of where I left off. I want uniform rules. I want them written. I want them somewhere on a website. I want them access to everybody so everybody knows what to expect when they come to our warehouse. The purpose of videotaping, it was set up to protect voters in the precincts while they're voting, because nobody wants pictures being taken while you're voting. Nobody wants pictures of their ballot, how they're voting. So for privacy, that was the intent of the law. Maybe the law needs to be codified, but once the ballot's cast, it's anonymous. We don't know who cast it. It's just a bunch of ballots. It's a bunch of paper. So there shouldn't be all this hyper concern about people having their phones out. I had an incident where an older gentleman was going to his training class for early voting. He's worked early voting for years. It's like his joy. He's retired, his wife passed away, he's working early voting all 19 days. And last minute in the class, they were gonna go over the Jarvis system. It was 22 pages long. So he's like, gosh, I'm not gonna catch on to this in 15 minutes. I better record everything the instructor said. The instructor got mad for him recording in a class, going over the Jarvis system.
It's not allowed.
Why? Why is it not?
Because those are our policies. Unlike what you prefer, our department has had developed policies, procedures, notification rules in conjunction with the Secretary of State's office to protect the integrity of the process. Our classroom instruction should not be taped, filmed, and they are told not to bring cameras or any recording devices. That is part of our policy. So that teacher was following our policies. Whether or not you like it to be different, our policies and procedures are designed on the way we're running the department. So the issue with the cameras, and you're correct, we changed that process because of consultation with our esteemed colleague, the county attorney, because we were following guidelines that were put in writing under the Secretary of State's and the SCB regulations with regard to no cameras, videos, and recording devices allowed in tabulations. They viewed the recount as a tabulation, and so nobody could bring it in. We then found out that the public area that is screened from the tabulation area could have their cell phones, and we went out, in fact, my Vice Chair, Michael Heekin, went out and announced to everybody, if you've been told to not have your cameras and phones in this area, you can go get your cameras and your phones. But we didn't have monitors who were able to, they're credentialed tabulation observers, they still did not have their phones. Now the problem is those of you who've been to the warehouses, it's huge, it's open, you can see everything for like 60,000 feet, it's huge. So the front area is quadrant off with police barricades, like for parades, steel little barriers. And those folks in there could have their cameras, and we made that correction, okay?
Yes, it was around 4 o'clock, correct?
No, it was earlier than 4 o'clock. We made the correction earlier than that because I left by 4. That's the reason I know it was earlier than 4 o'clock on the date that we made that change, which was on Tuesday. But they have been using that process, Fulton County, for forever. We had actually asked the Secretary of State's office, they sent us the code section. There is ambiguity in the code section of whether or not it applies to just absentee or advanced voting or day of voting. We are trying to develop, in fact, Nadine is working on that now, a standard little brochure flyer announcement about what we are going to do at Fulton County, publish it. So again, the consistency and the transparency, publish it. And that way we'll know who can and when carry whatever devices. That doesn't mean that someone may challenge us or not challenge us because of the fact that they think it should be interpreted a different way. But the county attorney can tell you it's ambiguous. So we had developed policies and procedures that weren't in writing, but was applied. So we are going to still take the position that you cannot bring a camera or a phone or any recording device into the tabulation zone, I'm going to say zone, but you can bring it in the public area until we are told by our court or the Secretary of State's office that our approach is inappropriate, because we always abide by any advice we get like that.
CJ, would you like to comment on that, what your findings were with the law?
During the conversations yesterday, our office did recommend that the observers be allowed to bring cameras into the public viewing area, but I do agree with Ms. Perkins-Hooker that the current statute leaves some ambiguity in that absentee ballot tabulation, you are not allowed to have recording devices at all. With regard to tabulating the regular ballots, there is a prohibition of taking a photograph or recording the ballots themselves, and therefore that leaves the question of at what point would you be able to see if you take a photo, would you be able to zoom in and see what is on the ballot? That's still statutorily prohibited. So our practical, solution to that ambiguity and just kind of filling in the blanks was to allow people to film from a distance, the same distance that the press is allowed to photograph, but not in the actual tabulation area, so as not to be in danger of violating either of those provisions.
Okay. Which I'm going to work legislatively because it makes no sense. The ballots are anonymous. The Secretary of State releases ballot images. So you can do an open records request and get all the ballot images if you want to. So it makes no sense. It's a convoluted law. In regards to the, you certified the election before 5 o'clock, correct?
We certified the results of all municipal elections with the exception of Mountain Park,
Okay.
the city of Mountain Park.
Okay, Mountain Park is still hanging out there.
No, it's no. It was
it's certified, okay.
It was certified. It was just like at 6:20.
Okay, and you gave us these results this morning, correct?
Yes,
Around
ma'am.
8 o'clock. So how come the results aren't uploaded into the system? When I checked on our system, it's still, the upload date is 11/13/2023 at 10:37 p.m. So the public doesn't have the results, correct?
When I inquired about that this morning, they are working with there's a CSC or CES system, that's a computer electronic system, that's a state system, to try to get that communication link set up. But we have published them, we've sent them to the Secretary of State's office, and we're waiting for that communication system to figure out how to do that. We ran into that problem while tabulating too. We had to work with them so we could get the scrolling screen to reveal the results. So they should be up to date. There's no reason to delay that.
Okay.
I think it's on our website, but we're trying to get it where it
I
should be.
checked just a little while ago. It's still not uploaded.
We're trying. We're working on that right now.
Okay. And on a side note, the provisional ballot thing, if I go in, they're going to assign me the same provisional. If I have the wrong ballot on the screen, chances are in the precinct, depending if you're a split precinct or not, you're only going to have 2 ballots to choose from. So chances are, even if my race wasn't on my ballot, they're not going to be able to give me a ballot to vote provisionally. So I don't think that's a solution.
It worked
to
this
the
time
issues.
because the issues with the redistricting were down the center line of a street. So on the one side of the street, you were in one ward, and on the other side, you were in the other ward. So it worked this time. But you're correct that there is a problem if you're a totally different quadrant, because we did
You're not in the right precinct,
that's right.
basically.
You're not in the right area for the polling.
Yeah, correctly. Okay, I'll just wrap it up. I know I've taken so much time. I appreciate you coming down here. And, the city of Milton was criticized for running their own elections. They have their count on Tuesday night at 12:34. I think they approved their results. And they're good for a week now. So I just want to applaud the city of Milton and their efforts that they did in running their own election. It seemed to go really well. But I appreciate you coming down here. And our next meeting, I'd like for Nadine to come down, because we'll, by that point, have finished the runoff correctly.
She is
Correct.
planning on trying to make that, now that she knows that that's going to be an expectation, she's trying to work her schedule to do that. But I didn't want you to not have anybody today.
Yes,
So-
yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we're glad that you enjoyed coming down here.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Patrice Perkins.
Some people
Thank
act like
you
they
very
don't want to
much.
be here.
Thank you.
Madam
Or
Clerk.
answer any questions.
Next item moved up on page 11, 230788. Request approval of resolution consenting to and ratifying the use of Fulton County ad valorem property tax increment for 2 projects located in West Side TAD Allocation Bond District 1.
Thank you, Mr. Barrett.
Colleagues, I only asked that this be moved up because I have a flight to catch this afternoon, so I just wanted to make sure I was here to explain it when it came up. Essentially, this is an item that Invest Atlanta sent over to us to have on our agenda for approval. It is because there is sort of a quirk in the law as it relates to the West Side TAD that is not in any of the other TAD enabling legislation that requires this approval whenever money is going to be spent out of the West Side TAD. So there's no net cost to us. This is already money that exists in the TAD, and these are just 3 of the projects that the TAD money will be spent on. So I basically just ask for your support in getting this through so the West Side TAD can continue to do the work that it's doing. You should have had an email from Dr. Klementich explaining this situation with the ordinance that makes this mandatory. And also, we have Jennifer Fine from Invest Atlanta in the audience if anybody has questions about the projects.
All right, we have a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Hall. It is seconded by Commissioner Arrington. Any questions at all? If not, let's vote. I'm sorry, just a minute.
Sorry.
Commissioner Thorne.
Does she want to come up and speak since she's here?
If I can try to answer it. If not, Jennifer can come down.
Who's here? Just a minute.
Jennifer Fine is here from Invest Atlanta.
But my understanding is this West Side TAD is special. So maybe we need to tell the public why it's a special TAD, because we extended the life of the TAD, correct? So now we have to go back and approve every little expenditure that they make out of the TAD. Is that correct?
I will let you take that, Jennifer.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Partially correct, partially a little subject to interpretation. So as Commissioner Barrett said, the language dates back to 1998 when the West Side TAD was in fact expanded. It was created in 92, then it was expanded in 98, and that's when this language was first in place. And I think we all kind of interpret that to mean is at the time, projects were primarily funded by issuance of new TAD bonds. And this language really ensured that prior to that happening, kind of these presentations would be made to Fulton County Board of Commissioners to chime in about their support of issuing new debt. So that's kind of where the language started. Now, we don't really fund projects by issuing new debt. We're using existing increment to fund smaller projects. So it is more kind of a holdout language, but we want to be respectful of that and kind of let you know all the projects that have gone to the Invest Atlanta Board and have been approved by the Invest Atlanta Board specific to the West Side TAD.
Great, yeah. I'm in support of the expenditure. I just wanted the public to know, and as well as virtually all the TADs we have are in the city of Atlanta, pretty much, aren't they?
So the TADs that Invest Atlanta has purview over obviously are all in the city of Atlanta. We have 9 current TADs. Fulton County has other TADs that are outside the city of Atlanta boundaries.
Okay. Okay, good. I just wanted to get that explanation because it was a bit convoluted, the email. I wasn't sure if I was interpreting it correctly.
Yeah, no, I think you are. It is a bit of a holdout language. It's unique to the West Side TAD. but I don't think there's any grand reason for that. It's just because that TAD happened to be expanded in '98. None of the other TADs have expanded like that, which is what makes it unique.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Back on page 7, county manager's renewal items under arts and libraries, 230815. Request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount not to
Well,
exceed.
wait a minute. We're going to move up on page 11. 0832.
230832. Request approval of an ordinance to amend the Code of Laws of Fulton County, specifically to amend Subpart B Code of Resolutions, Chapter 146, Law Enforcement, Article 3, Jail Division, County Jail Welfare Fund, regarding the establishment and use of County Jail Welfare Fund, also known as the Inmate Welfare Fund, by abolishing Division 2, County Jail Welfare Fund in its entirety, to provide that all funds generated at the Fulton County Jail facilities using county property, facilities, or other resources shall be deposited into the Fulton County General Fund and for other purposes. Sponsored by Chairman Pitts.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I'm going to move approval. Is there a second? All right, properly moved and seconded. Colleagues, what this does is it abolishes that County Jail Welfare Fund in its entirety, and all funds that will be generated at the jail from commissions, from the commissary, the telephones, and funds that we don't even know anything about, that they will be deposited into our general fund. It's pretty straightforward. That's the motion on the floor. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Thorne.
Commissioner Ellis, I'm going to borrow something I just heard you say because I think it's appropriate. If there's a policy, let's make sure we're following it. That's what he just said about this elections thing to the chairwoman of the elections committee. We have a policy. Let's make sure that we're following it. So we have a policy for a inmate welfare fund. Let's make sure we're following it. No one even knew that the policy existed. And now, upon learning that the policy exists, instead of wanting to follow that policy, we want to abolish the policy. I don't think that that is in the best interest of the inmates to abolish the inmate welfare fund. Does it need more oversight? Absolutely. Does it need the people that are on the committee to know that there is, in fact, a committee and to actually meet and discuss? Yes. Does the fund need to be abolished? I don't think so. I mean, have y'all seen how hard Sharon holds on to that money? She won't let that money go for nobody. The sheriff can't get the money for the jail. The DA can't get no money. Man, if we give that money to Sharon, she'll be holding it until kingdom come. I would just say, you know, we all see that there were some discrepancies with the inmate welfare fund, but I don't believe that that is grounds for it to be abolished. I believe what I heard Commissioner Ellis say earlier about the elections. If there's a policy, let's follow it. There's a policy. We now know that there's a policy. Let's follow it. Again, whose fault was it that we didn't know there was a policy? I wasn't on the committee. Is that the sheriff's fault? Is that the chair's fault that they didn't know that they were on the committee or that the committee existed? Or does it matter whose fault it is? It just matters that we fix it. And if we've got a policy, I would rather follow the policy or amend the policy than to just abolish it altogether. Unintended consequences. Unintended consequences. Have we had time to think about what unintended consequences there may be? Has anyone sat down with the sheriff to talk to him about what the unintended consequences may be? That sounds like the same people that want to remove someone's right to vote without giving them a chance to contest whether the allegations are true or not. No hearing. You don't get a hearing. You don't get a hearing. You don't get a chance to follow the policy. We're just going to eliminate it altogether. We're going to eliminate any possibility of anything ever happening. Does that hurt the inmates? What type of needs and what type of things are actually needed? How many other policies, how many other funds are there with policies and committees that we don't know about? We should be very careful. These knee-jerk reactions to stuff in the paper is not the way to govern. That is not the way to properly govern. You don't just react to something because it's in the news. I would submit, Mr. Chair, we have a policy, let's follow it. And with that, I'm gonna make a substitute motion to table this.
All right, substitute motion to table. Is there a second? Second. All right, substitute motion to table, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. I'm in the queue. Well, if y'all let me preside now, Commissioner Arrington. Now, do you know what you want to do? He made a motion to table, and you seconded the motion. You have the floor. If you have questions on your motion.
I have questions about a whole lot of stuff, but first I'm going to ask, because I see the sheriff's office here, that Chief Johnson and Colonel Curtis Clark come up, please, because they are here and present and can answer some of these questions.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chief Johnson, Antonio Johnson. I have with me the Interim Chief Jailer, Colonel Curtis Clark here. I'm here to answer any question y'all might have for us.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Arrington said a lot, and I agree wholeheartedly with everything that Commissioner Arrington said. We need to follow policy. This is it a committee or a board? I don't even know, because it's totally new information to us that we received during the last BLC meeting, but it was told to us no one knew it existed or that it was supposed to be meeting, and I think that it should at least meet and follow the policy, and a decision should be made by that committee or board, whatever it is, it may be. Also, during the last meeting, a Fulton County audit was requested, was it not? Or, okay, I thought so. So can someone tell me when that Fulton County audit will be complete? Because shouldn't we at least allow the audit to take place? Especially since it was requested, I believe it was requested by Commissioner Ellis. Can I get an answer on, oh, Mr. Nix, thank you so much for joining us. Can you tell us how soon would the audit actually be complete?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, other distinguished members of the board, Anthony Nix, County Auditor. Upon hearing their requests last week, I took the liberty to reach out to a couple of potential companies that might be able to do that work. Out of those two, I have received a proposal. The original proposal was not detailed enough, so I requested additional information. I received that information on yesterday. I would imagine that if in fact the board wanted to move forward with this, it would probably take something in the area of 8 to 12 weeks to get this done.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Nix.
May I add to that, Commissioner?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Just for the record, Sheriff Patrick Labatt agrees with the forensic audit. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, sir. Clark, just for the record.
All right.
We both agreed that this would clear the air if a forensic audit were done. He agrees.
That's outstanding. I never thought that he would disagree. So a couple of things I could not figure out. I have a lot of documents. I mean, I don't even know where all of these came from. I know some of them were provided to us by Commissioner Ellis and some by the sheriff, but there's a lot here. And I was just trying to figure out what exactly is the total amount of funding that is in the Inmate Welfare Fund?
I don't have that exact number. To my last recollection, it was around $6 million.
$6 million? Because when I looked throughout here, the last amount that I saw was $14 million, but it doesn't say if that is the current amount. Is the $6 million that you're approximating due to those things that were already purchased?
Yes.
Out of it? Okay.
That's
So
correct.
a combination of those and, again, what we would consider to be
Okay.
proper.
So is it generally about $14 million every year? Give or take?
It varies on, the operations of the jail. When we have emergencies, we have to make big purchases. If we have a fire, if we have outages of water supply or air conditioning or electricity, it creates an emergent situation where we have to have flexibility, basically, to be able to respond to those outside of the normal county purchasing process. And that's really where this fund affects us the most.
Okay. So you just said this inmate welfare fund is used toward air conditioning and?
No, not for the repair of the air conditioning. Director Davis and his team takes care of that. But like this past summer, we had an outage for several days, and we had to purchase ice, water. We had to purchase items that we could utilize to put that water and ice in to keep it cold, to keep it frozen. And so in situations like that, which unfortunately happen more often than not in that facility because of the nature of the facility, I think that flexibility, that ability to go outside of the normal purchasing process that the county has employed is beneficial to us. I won't sit here and say that every situation that we deal with that would be appropriate. I think there are a lot of things that we are currently doing that would fit into the mold of the normal processes, but there needs to be a certain level of flexibility, or what I used to term agility, for us to be able to be responsive to that type of stuff.
Yes, I would definitely consider that situation an emergency situation if you're having faulty air conditioning issues and you need to keep the inmates cool, and some of the other things that you mentioned. Those are emergency situations. And then reading through all of this, I want to make sure I'm clear that the funding comes from the commissary sales and commissions. Is that correct?
That's correct. It comes from the purchase of commissary by the inmates through our commissary vendor, as well as our inmate telephone and video system.
So this is, some of this funding is literally coming from the inmates' purchases?
Correct.
So it's their money going into?
Essentially all of it.
All right, thank you. And they deserve to receive it back when they need it. And I had a question about if, well, we're going to vote to table, so I'll leave those questions alone because I needed to know how will it be used if this goes into the general fund and who will be in charge of it, and just a whole host of questions about what this particular resolution was doing. But we will vote and see how that goes. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Hold on, gentlemen. The motion on the floor by Commissioner Arrington is the table. It was seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. So let's dispose of that motion. You want to be heard before we dispose of that motion? Beforehand? You have the floor, Commissioner Barrett.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand the inclination to want to shut down something that is not working right, and clearly there have been issues with the way the fund was managed, but I do worry about, Commissioner Arrington called them unintended consequences, and I do worry that the intent of having an inmate welfare fund is exactly what it sounds like, and that if we just eliminate that, I know Michael Schotz sent us some information about just some unintended consequences around the contracts and things of that nature that might, be a problem if we shut this down without working through all of that. But in addition, I have, I think, real concerns about the inmates' welfare, and in this, really troubling time for the jail, my concern would be that if we do away with the fund altogether, that some of these things, like you mentioned, the ice and the water and things of that nature, or maybe it's blankets when it's cold, or whatever the case may be, that those would get not get handled quickly enough or at all. So I guess I just for some further clarification, I think what I would like to see happen, and that is not neither tabling nor approving, I guess, although I guess tabling would do it, but I would like to see us put more guidelines around what the fund can be used for, and maybe there's a certain dollar amount over which, if it's not needed, it goes to the general fund at that point. I would like to see more guidelines around the committee so that if there is a policy about the committee meeting, we did some research in our office and found a dialogue at a county commission meeting from 2000 in which the commissioner at the time had no idea there was a committee and was wondering how many votes they had missed or what have you. So this seems like it's been a decades-long sort of ignored committee, certainly. So I would like to see a better version of the inmate welfare fund. So I just sort of want to be on record as not really wanting either of these two options. I don't really want it tabled, and I don't really want it passed. I sort of want to change the whole process. And I'm not sure how that fits into this discussion.
Essentially, what I wanted to ask for today would be that if we could table it and allow for the county manager's executive team to meet with the sheriff's office team and come up with a more cohesive way that we can make, even if it were to go into the general fund, that we have access to adequate funding to provide for these inmates. Since I went to the jail in April, the conditions that I saw when I went in there, and I was part of the team that moved us into that facility in 1990.
Wow.
So it was the chief for that matter.
Telling our age now.
I've spent most of my career outside of the jail. I've been with the agency for 34 years. But when I went back earlier this year and what I saw just, it shocked me. And I have worked tirelessly to try to make change. I don't disagree that things happened that shouldn't have happened. I mean, that's quite obvious. But I also know through my career that we have operated that fund without issue for the majority of the time that I've been here. And probably, I think the fund was created after I came, I think in the early 2000s. And so we're talking about a short period of time in history where this has happened. We've identified the issue. We've identified remediation processes. And so moving forward, we still need that agility, that flexibility that I talked about to ensure that we can get adequate, health and safety items for these inmates. I'm not opposed to change, but what I read in today's legislation just troubles me because, and this is not to disparage anyone, because I've worked with all of these individuals in here at some point in time through my career. And I like to believe that I have a little bit of credit with them in terms of my ability to work through problems. And this is just one of those things we have to work through. And we need the time to do so. I'm not even certain that we included or how we would include something like this into our 2024 budget request because we didn't know we were going to end up here when we were putting our budget together. So where do we land come January? Am I back over here begging to get mattresses or T-shirts or underwear or, I shouldn't say begging, asking for, my apologies. But I just think we need to have those processes in place before we make the change. And that's all I'm asking for is table enough time for us to work with the county executive team and come up with these practices that we can employ to ensure, number one, that we get the items we need for the inmates. Number two, that there are devices in place to prevent what happened earlier this year and last year.
And the colonel and I, we had a long discussion about ways that we can improve. We're going to be very transparent. And I have worked along with a lot of people in this county. And I know that we could work together and come up with a great proposal to the commission. And so we could be really successful on both ends of this situation that we're in. So we are asking for you all to consider tabling it, give us a chance to sit down with the county manager, his team, so we can come up with a proposal for you all to consider for this inmate welfare fund.
Just one more follow-up question, really more for the record, but could you just talk about some of the things, you've mentioned several of them, the water, the ice, you mentioned mattresses, underwear, things like that. Could you just sort of talk about some of the things that you feel like this should be used for and should be available for?
Well, the intent initially of the fund, as I understand it, was to buy inmate items such as mattresses, mattress covers, blankets, shower curtains, anything that we use in the housing area of the jail, and anything that supports for the proper environment in the facility. And that's primarily what we have used it for since I've been here. I think there's been some bumps in the road along the way, but nothing to the scale of what we're looking at now. And I think if you look at the correlation of things and how when they happen and how they happen, and then take a genius to figure out where we may have gotten off track. But since then, we've gotten back on track. And so I'm really leaning on our history here to kind of support the fact that, I think there needs to be changes. I don't disagree with that. I would not come up here and argue that fact. There has to be changes. But in today's legislation, it does not afford for us to have a level of comfort to be assured that we're going to get access to the funding that we're going to need next week. Well, outside of the 14 days, which will put us out, because I think the legislation says that within 14 days, it would transfer over. So what happens on that 15th day if I need to get a bunch of mattresses because we got a zone that has mattresses that have lice in them or that have been destroyed, which is a typical thing. We have a very destructive inmate population, if you haven't figured that out already. I know that we've reported this up to you all consistently. I mean, it's just a dangerous, violent, and destructive population for the most part. And so we're constantly repairing things, replacing things, and so we have a constant inventory flow, and all of that stuff is, and I mean, the jail is basically run off of this fund. There's no other funding line for this jail other than for staffing. And so I'm deeply disturbed as the interim chief jailer that, you know, in 15 days, where do I stand? Who do I go to, and where do I make my argument that I need to get this today? Or I need to get this ordered so that it can be delivered within a reasonable amount of time. And that's all I'm looking for. And I need to be able to reassure my staff who are working their butts off. Everybody knows we're understaffed, overpopulated, understaffed. And you know, I take my hats off to those individuals that come back the next day because I know it's got to be hard. And I need to be able to reassure them, and I need to be reassured that we're going to have the funding available, however it comes to us, that we're going to have that funding available so that we can keep this operation going in the right direction.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here, and you know, I agree that the best thing right now might just be to table this for the time being, so thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to table. Let's dispose of that motion before going forward. Motion on the floor is to table. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open on the motion to table. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 4 nays.
All right, back to the main motion, which is to approve.
I'm going to call the question.
All right, the question has been called, but the main motion is to approve. Question has been called. Is there a second to call on the question? All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote on the call of the question.
Hold on, got to get the motion to call the question.
Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Ellis.
And the vote is open on call the question. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention.
Main motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to approve. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 3 nays.
Next item.
Back on page 7.
Interim Jailer Clark.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to see you when we get finished here.
Absolutely.
Next item.
On page 7, under renewal items, 230815.
Wait a minute. Where is he? We had another item that was supposed to be moved up before Barrett has to leave. What was it? No, we didn't. It was on the, what do you call those?
Ankle monitoring.
Yes. Madam Clerk.
That item is on page 9, under open and responsible government. 230779, request approval to increase the spending authority in an amount not to exceed $1,646,735 to provide electronic ankle monitoring and services.
Okay, Mr. Eric, do you want to be heard on this one? 081, no, it's 0779, Madam Clerk. On page 9. 1, 2, 3, the third item. Is that it? All right, what's before us now is on page 9, item number 0779. This is dealing with the ankle, what do you call them? Ankle monitors. Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Barrett, Commissioner Thorne. Commissioner Arrington.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we've made some good progress with reducing our jail population. I want us to be real clear. I want you all to be real clear on what y'all are gonna do if y'all pass this. There are 30 people in the jail right now that are waiting to get out because a judge has ordered Fulton County to pay for their ankle monitor, and there are no ankle monitors available. That's 30 people that should be out of the jail, but they can't get out because this didn't pass at the last meeting. This contract was not put in place by our sheriff. This contract was put in place by Mr. Alter Adams and the county manager to help decrease our jail population. If you all don't approve this, those 30 people are not only going to stay in jail, there's another 1,500 whose monitors that have to be paid for. Do we have space for another 1,500 people at the jail? Can we get 4,500 inmates in there? How many you think we can get in there? This is insanity. There are 30 people in the jail now that could be out, but this contract didn't get passed at the last meeting. That number goes up every day. I mean, it's bound to lead to a lawsuit. Someone should be out, but they can't get out because we won't pay for the ankle monitors. Hey, y'all can do what you want to. Y'all just did it. I'm just telling you, this is insanity. This is counterintuitive. This is going to have the opposite effect of what we've been trying to do and reduce our jail population. And y'all are mad about this contract because this company bought out another company. It wasn't even this company. This is another contract. And then that company got bought out. Wow. So those 30 people won't be able to spend Thanksgiving with their families. I wonder how many more people won't be able to spend Thanksgiving with their families if y'all pass this.
All right, let me explain what this does. First of all, there's a motion on the floor to approve, not to deny, to approve. Motion to approve by Commissioner Natalie Hall and seconded by Commissioner Barrett. There are two components to this legislation. The first is, which I support, we are in arrears to this company for July, August, and September. So $820,000 of this amount will go to pay what we already owe. Then we have the issue of October, which I understand we have not been billed for, be October. Then the rest of this was to continue this contract through the end of the year, which would mean November and December. And the price of that was an additional $826,000. And at the end of December, the idea is to rebid this contract, as I understand. Is that correct, Mr. Adams, what I just stated?
Mr. Chairman, we haven't gotten direction on the rebidding. This is a carryover from the last BOC meeting.
Strike the rebidding part. We got to do something. But is the first part correct? July, August, and September, we haven't paid the bill that we owe. And
that is correct. We are in arrears.
That's $820,000. Then to take us through for November and December would be an additional $826,000. Therefore, you add those two numbers together, that's the total.
That is correct.
Okay. That's what's before us. And the motion on the floor is to approve. Commissioner Hall, you want to be heard?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of things. I wanted to make sure that we did pay because at the last meeting, unfortunately, Alton was silenced and unable to speak, but he spoke up after the vote anyway and kind of mumbled that they had not been paid and had said that if they did not get paid, they would shut them off. And I want to make sure that that is not even a possibility. There's no possibility that they would even shut them off, because we have people who are literally no longer in jail who have these ankle monitors on that are in the public. Is that correct?
That's correct, Commissioner. ANA indicated to me that they would continue to provide the services for the individuals who are currently on the monitors, but wouldn't be able to add additional individuals based on the fact that they hadn't been paid they had overdue invoices to the county. That's correct.
And we got a letter from Chief Judge Glanville, and he is basically asking us to please pass this. First of all, saying that this commission wisely invested in funding ankle monitors for indigent defendants, enabling the judges to fashion bond conditions that ensure the appearance of these defendants at future proceedings while also keeping our community safe. And that should be what we're all here to do, is to keep our community safe. But also, one of the questions that came up at the last BOC meeting that was never allowed to be answered was the fact that the recommendation was made for these two purposes. One, to reduce the overcrowding effort as part of the jail expediter program / process, and number two, to ensure that no individuals were being detained based on their ability to pay the cost of monitoring, which was $10 a day. So I'm hoping that we do pass this today, because it is seen to be a very useful tool for helping us with the jail overcrowding and keeping the public safe. Thank you so much.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, this does two things. It pays the bills that we owe, and it gets us through December. And the motion on the floor is to approve. You want to be heard, Ms. Barrett? You have the floor.
A couple things, I'll be brief. I'm in support of passing this because we owe money, we need to pay the money we owe. So I think that's pretty straightforward. I have a couple of questions, and I don't necessarily need a long, detailed answer. I'm looking at you, Madam CFO, because I don't know why, because you're the money person. But the reason I'm looking in the general direction over here is because it does seem like there's some kind of an accounting control that's missing, because if we have a contract for X amount and a PO for X amount, how was somebody authorized to keep spending and without, going over that amount without it coming back to us and putting us in a situation where we're 3 months in arrears? So I guess that's my question.
Commissioner Barrett, the best that I can tell you is that we had a communication issue. It was identified that we were running out of spending authority, but the action that needed to take place, which was to bring the item to the board for approval, did not come very timely. So basically, it's been a communication issue, and to the chairman's point, this will carry us through the end of this year, and then we will need to have some guidance for how to proceed into 2024.
Thank you for that. So obviously, I know it's a challenging one because it's something that we're paying for, but it's implemented by our justice partners, the judges ordering the ankle monitors in the jail, allowing them to be there and put them on. So I don't know exactly how we shore up that communication, but I'm sure you are all working on it. The other thing I think we need to do as a board here is sort of alongside of this is to give direction on what to do, because from my conversation with Ms. Strong-Whitaker, there is, if we extend this through the end of the year, which I believe we should, we need a solution starting January 1. And if we don't start looking into that now and put an RFP out, et cetera, then we will have no solution on January 1, and we will have 1,400 some odd people who will have to, come back to the jail and go back in the jail. It seems unclear as to what would happen at that moment. So I think we not only need to continue this contract, but we need a transition plan to a new vendor, and we need to be looking for a new vendor. So that would be my direction. I don't know if anybody would disagree with that, but that's where I am on that. I think, personally, given some of the, I don't know what to call it, tomfoolery that's gone on with Talatrix, it would be my preference that we not look at working with them in the future. So ending this contract at the end of the year and/or through whatever we need for a transition to a new vendor, I feel like is appropriate. Thank you.
All right, again, the motion on the floor is to approve. Commissioner Thorne, you want to be heard?
Yes. First of all, I just want to say I approve of this program. And I believe we should, I'm thankful the vendor didn't shut down on us in our delay. And with that being said, I think when we put an RFP out, we go with whoever has the best proposal that's put out there. If this company's doing a good job, then we keep this company. If we find that they're not for some reason, let's keep the playing field even. So I just want to make that statement. I don't believe we should just automatically X them out because they did acquire a company and they don't have full control. I would also like to say that the cost for us to keep an inmate on the ankle monitors is $750 a day. Things I was made unaware of was, or I didn't think about, was when someone is incarcerated, they lose their Medicare, their health insurance. A lot of people lose their jobs. And then immediately we're having to pay for their care. If they have diabetes, all of that care comes on us. So I'm in favor of this program of trying to keep people, if they're qualify, out of incarceration as much as possible. I do have some concerns, though, that was brought to me by the public defender, that maybe some people don't need ankle monitors at all. They could be released on a bond with no ankle monitors. So I would like to see us kind of look into that as well as the program in the future.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I'll try to be brief. I do have some data I do think is important. I'd like some of this to go in the public record too. Mr. Adams and his staff had supplied me with this late yesterday, so just want to share that with the other commissioners. One thing I would say to note, while it does have an impact on reducing the jail population, and there is some tangible benefit to it, we now have 1,518 individuals on monitor, and that number has spiked and gone up quite considerably. If you go back to October 2022, we had 733. It's doubled. All right, so what we also have here is we've got an alternative prison system, right? So when you go on monitor, you're not free, all right? It's not an easy life, right? And there's still this issue of case throughput that needs to occur. So the notion of a person being on a monitor for after 6 months, over a year, that's problematic. That's just almost as problematic as somebody being in jail for over a year, right? So, this can't be a program where it's, let's just delay giving people due process and put them on an ankle monitor, regardless of whether we might be paying for it or not. And you'll note, in particular, in September and October, we added 238 individuals in September and 198 in October. Happens to correspond with a significant decrease in our jail population. So I understand it, the public defender and the DA got together and they agreed upon a bunch of consent bonds and they were all signed off on by a senior judge. Not necessarily a typical process you'd go through in terms of, one over one looking at these. This is sort of done in mass. So we just took a big swath of people and we moved them out and we put them on monitor. Maybe that's the right decision, may not. I mean, there are some potential sort of public safety issues when you get this many people out on monitor. This is an excessive number. And I'm not the only one that sort of disagrees with the fact that this program, it may have run amok. This is our chief judge saying, it is clear that the county-funded ankle monitor program needs more thoughtful and regular oversight. Too many defendants are kept on ankle monitors for too long. After a certain period, a history of compliance with bond conditions should result in monitor removal. This is not happening. But the court is committed to changing that with regular views of everyone on a county-funded monitor. So we obviously do need to pay our bills, and I get all that, and I'm supportive of doing that. But I do think that this program needs a pause. We don't need to add any new individuals. They're not 30 people. I've heard there was 11. There are actually only 3 that actually would qualify. But this is just coming on the heels of dropping out about 400 or so. I do think the contract needs to be rebid. And I think we need to revisit the program, and we can have a discussion with the judges, other folks, about how that we would regulate this thing. And that can be all revisited once these numbers come down to some sort of number that appears to be a reasonable number. And the other thing you'll notice in here is you'll look at the aging of the people that are on monitors. We've got 62 that have been on here over 2+ years that we're paying for. 304, 1 to 2 years, and 6 months to 1 year, 405. So whatever that is, 700, almost 800 of these have been on there over 6 months. So that batch of folks, in my estimation, if there have been no violations, et cetera, that needs to be aggressively reviewed by the judges. Perhaps their orders need to be amended, et cetera. At the same time, it's my understanding that the bulk of these people, we don't have a clear number on this, but one number I got on this was that 1,325 people of this 1,518 are unindicted. So we moved that problem out into ankle monitors. So we need to better understand that number, and there needs to be an aggressive sort of regulation of this. I mean, it may have a good intended use, but this has gotten out of control, and I think most of our justice partners recognize that. So I'm going to make a substitute motion to approve it, but with the conditions that no new individuals be added and the contract be rebid, and that we revisit the program once we've had the opportunity to have further conversations with the judges, and that we've got the number down to an agreeable number that's manageable.
So your motion is to pay, first of all, to pay what's in arrears.
Right.
And to provide for November, although we haven't been billed for October, provide for payment October, November, and December.
Right. But just no new individuals be added to the program, and that this contract be rebid.
And to rebid, and I think you raised some great questions that need to be, I'll second that. That's a substitute motion. All right, Commissioner Arrington. We'll be approving what's before us, but with a couple of conditions.
So, I went to court earlier this week on behalf of a client. We were there, I was ready, my client was ready. The opposing party was there. Her attorney was not there. Her attorney had sent a conflict letter. I looked at the conflict letter and I laughed. I said, wow, she's busier than I am. She was, when attorneys have a conflict, when they have to show up to more than one court, we're required to send a letter outlining how we'll show up in court and which court we'll go to next. So we were going to be the 4th court out of 9 appearances she had on that day. The case was reset to January. This amendment that y'all are talking about, proposed this substitute motion, not adding any more people. There are people being added every day by the judges. It makes more sense to close it out through December. They're already saying that they were going to rebid it in January or as soon as they come up with a transition plan. Hey, y'all can do what you want. I'm just telling you, this is going to exacerbate the problem. You don't add anybody, no one else can be added? What about the 100 people that's supposed to get out today? And the 100 people that's supposed to get out tomorrow? And the 100 people that's supposed to get out the day after that? They can't get added? Y'all don't understand the court system. You don't understand the criminal justice system. Please listen to somebody that does.
Commissioner Barrett?
I support the original motion. I cannot support this as amended. I'll sort of echo what Commissioner Arrington said, but, I think we haven't had time to think through the consequences of stopping this now for the next 7 weeks, whatever it is, through the end of the year. And Commissioner Thorne wisely pointed out the cost to have somebody on ankle monitor is $7 a day versus over $100 per day for having them in our jail. So to me, if it's a financial reason to put it on hold, it makes no financial sense. So I would support it as it exists, but not as amended.
Vice Chair Ellis?
Well, first off, I may not understand the justice system in full, but I know damn well we hadn't been adding 100 people a day. I got the numbers here right in front of me, and the most that's ever added was in the last 2 months, 238 and 198. Prior to that, the max was approaching about 100 a month, all right? Now, we can look at this monetarily, we can look at it whatever way you want to look at it, but we got a note from our chief judge that says this program essentially is being abused, and it needs to be regulated, all right? So now's the time to do it. And part of that would start with not adding anybody new on here till we've got a sense of how it should be regulated. There's no sense that, I don't even know that the monitoring company that can monitor this many people adequately. We may be dealing with a whole nother sort of set of issues where we got a bunch of unindicted people out there being monitored, triggered stuff that's required, more judicial hearings and more activity that's wasted by our judges. So, if you want to allow the idea of putting it on hold, not anybody adding to it, is not growing what we have as an issue that's been identified by our judges. We can come back and revisit, that once we get some sort of agreement about how it's going to be regulated, what they are going to do to actually monitor this, no pun intended, collectively. So pass it as it is without some sort of direction around it. I think that's the risk that we run.
Commissioner Arrington?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the prudent thing for us to do, as Commissioner Barrett said, is to have some type of transition plan. Again, knee-jerk reactions are not the most prudent course of action. We can have and instruct our county manager and his team to come up with a plan of action to make sure that there is a transition. We can rebid it, we can do whatever, but that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be an orderly process, that something shouldn't just abruptly stop. Particularly, as we stated, that it would cost us $100 a day to house these people in jail. If the court orders require them to be on these ankle monitors. So, this is insanity, but hey, it's the world we live in. It is the world that we live in. I certainly cannot support this amendment, and I hope that no one else will support the substitute motion as amended. We need to have an orderly transition. We can rebid if we want to rebid, but it doesn't make sense to say we're not going to pay for these people. And my use of 100 of people a day was an example. It was not the number of people. The point, the number of people is frankly irrelevant. The point is that there are people that will be prescribed to be or ordered to be on a monitor that can be added at any day by any of the judges. And if there are people added, then they're either staying in our jail at $140 a day, or they can be released at $7 a day. We got to make up our mind. Do we want to reduce our jail population or not? Are we going to talk about it? Oh, we got to reduce our jail population and come in here and talk about the numbers, and these numbers aren't going down, and these judges aren't doing what they're supposed to do. That stuff is crazy. Either we want the numbers to go down or we don't. We can't say we want them to go down and then take actions to make them go back up. I'm done.
Commissioner Thorne?
Yeah, I kind of struggle with shutting down the program immediately with no new add-ons, because what happens to the person who actually can't pay the $300 a month for the ankle monitor, and it's a low victimless crime? The ankle monitor would be perfect for them from a cost perspective. I really don't want them in the prison. I don't want, in the holiday season, we're going to be saying, okay, you've got to go to jail and be apart from your family. So I think it's kind of brutal this time of the year to do that. But I was trying to think of a friendly amendment, maybe that since we have 771 people that have been on this program for over 6 months, maybe we put a limit on how many we're willing to pay for per month for November and December. I don't know, we currently have 1,518 people. Maybe that number is 1,700, so that the courts can go ahead and those people who really qualify, they have that flexibility, but also encourage them to get these people that have been on these monitors off, to free up space for people that do need to be on the program. So could I offer a friendly amendment not to exceed a certain number?
I can't accept that. I mean, the numbers should be going down. Maybe for every 3 people that go off, 1 person could be added. The numbers should be going down. I mean, they've said, they, being the judges, have said, we have too many defendants on for too long. So if we're not going to do anything to incent them to do that review, and remember, these are people that they've been out there with monitors over 6, 7, 9 months. If they've had no issue, no trigger, why are they still on it? So again, I'm not, and they have the ability. We still have the ability to them to be added and for them to pay it. Nobody's preventing that. Am I correct? So it's not like the use of monitoring goes away. But at some point, we're getting to some point of diminishing returns. And we're creating a public safety risk with that many people out there. There's a balance to it. So I think putting it on pause, the number may be 1 to 1, it may be 3 to 1, it may be 10 to 1. I don't know what the right number is. But I think we need to give the judges a chance to kind of come back to us and do some sort of review of this and advise us. They've told us in here, they've gone overboard. So why do we want to perpetuate something?
So you
In the
do not
future.
accept the friendly amendment?
Not to continue the growth thing, no.
All right.
I mean, if you want to say it stays the same until we have a further chance to kind of get this further, so that it doesn't grow, throughout the remainder of the year. It stays within that 15, 18. But I think we need to have some sort of, further dialogue after that, but it should not continue to grow. 1-to-1 at a minimum until we have some opportunity to kind of get some further dialogue.
Mr. Adams, you want to be heard?
If I can, Mr. Chairman, I believe, based on my discussions with Judge McBurney and Judge Glanville, that the Superior Court is actually looking at reducing the number of individuals who have been on there for, say, more than 180 days. So I do believe that if we were to allow the number to stay where it is, we might be able to accommodate the individuals who would be added between now and the end of the year without necessarily, and I need to confirm with them, but I think we might be able to accomplish both of those, I guess is what I'm saying. To Commissioner Arrington's point and to Commissioner Thorne's point, not restrict the additions, but at the same time, with the Superior Court actually looking at getting individuals off who may have been there for more than a year. And they're doing that as we speak. Judge McBurney said they've already started that. So I think we may be able to accomplish both of those without necessarily keeping people in jail who are only there because they can't afford this, but at the same time not necessarily adding to the rolls.
Modify your friendly amendment.
I'll modify my friendly amendment that we will allow 1,518 people to continue cap the program.
Okay.
I'll accept that.
Friendly amendment has been accepted. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Chairman, if you don't mind, this is such a, as both of my colleagues, Commissioner Arrington and Commissioner Thorne and Vice Chair all have valid arguments. I would like to hear, I'd like to be indulged to hear from our public defender. I would like to hear from you because I feel this is too serious of a decision to be made at this point without us all looking at all our options and what's best for everyone. So since you are here, if you would just weigh in on for me, I would appreciate it.
Good afternoon. I'm Maurice Kenner, Circuit Public Defender for the Atlanta Judicial Circuit, which encompasses all of Fulton County. I would ask that you all consider the original motion. I think there's well, personally, I think in some cases, the monitoring system is being abused. I do think there's a place for the monitoring system, and my concern would be that if the judges aren't allowed to continue to use that would stop the progress that the district attorney's team and the team that I have, that it will stop the progress of getting folks out of the Fulton County Jail into home.
So my question to you, Mr. Kenner, is this. What would you consider a happy medium? Because in my mind, I understand what the vice chair is saying. If we go based on what Mr. Adams says, then there may be some middle of the road, some desire to get some people off while bringing some on. Now, my concern with that, which I can support, but my concern is we have not done what we needed to do. And this is the result of it. And now we're at the holiday season. We're at the end of the year where generally stuff starts to slow down. Stuff starts to, people begin to take vacation time that they need to try to get out the way. And so I'm concerned that if one person is denied the opportunity, then it won't be worth it. And so I'm perplexed because I do listen very well. And you stated, might be a little abuse there, maybe. And so I'm asking you, while you have the mic, what do you think you could advise as a happy medium?
Probably one half of the 1,400 people that are on an ankle monitoring system, or the 1,500 people that are on an ankle monitoring system.
So what you're saying is allow up to that amount? Is that what you're saying?
That's correct.
Okay. Anybody else have any questions for?
No, I mean, but that's what we're talking about, is a one-for-one. I mean, that's what's on the motion that's on the floor. That's
So does the Vice Chair, so when I'm asking your motion with the amendment would suffice what he's just said?
caps it at the current amount.
I guess I do have a question then. I thought you were saying half of that, which were you saying add half of the 1,500 to the 1,500? Or you're saying cap it at 700?
Cap it at 700.
It's already at 1,500, so you want 750 people back in the jail?
No, I want the condition of the monitoring system reviewed for each of those folks that are on. I mean, just look at the numbers that Commissioner Ellis said. We've got people that have been on the monitor for over a year, some for 2 years, that are doing the right thing. There's no need for that to happen. People are losing jobs.
There's no dispute about that, sir. There are 1,500 people currently on monitors, and you're saying you want it capped at 750? You want it capped at half of that? When is that going to happen?
This is what I want. I want as many of my clients and folks that are in the Fulton County Jail to get out, whether it's by ankle monitor or straight bond or whatever. That's what I want. I don't want anyone else to be harmed in the jail.
The answer you just gave is going to get 750 of your people back in the jail. Watch.
Go ahead. You started for
Vice Chair, do you have the capability of maybe revisiting Commissioner Thorne's amount of capping new ones while working to reduce? I guess what I'm saying is the will of this board is that while there will be an effort to reduce the amount, simultaneously, we will not allow more than 150 new. Is that the understanding?
No.
Commissioner Thorne?
Yeah, the number.
The capping?
It's the number of people on the monitor at the current point in time is 1,518. What Commissioner Thorne's amendments would say is that number would be capped at 1,518. So, I mean, hopefully collectively, the judges and the PD are working together so that number drops well below 1,518. But if there's an acknowledgement by our judges that there's some work that needs to be done, there's acknowledgement by our PD that, hey, there's a lot of these people who's had their monitoring should be revisited, then those numbers are going to come down, and you're going to allow new people to be added, but it's just not going to allow it to be, it's not going to allow it to grow more than 1,518. It's just to require everybody in the system to do, to regulate it. And then we'll kind of like revisit it once we kind of get a better sense of, once these processes have been sort of tackled a little bit more robustly. Is that a fair proposal?
It is.
Okay. Well, Vice Chair, and I guess Mr. Adams and County Manager, from my understanding, we are going to work to remove individuals off there, and if there are new individuals, they will take their place. Is that where we are now?
To the extent that we would need it, that's correct. And Judge McBurney and Judge Glanville and team have already started that effort. They've already started at looking at individuals who have been on there for an extended period of time and are working to basically remove the ankle monitor as a requirement as part of them being out of jail. So I think that process has already started. So I guess what I was trying to say is, I believe with that process having already been started and the need to add individuals, I think that will net out so that the 1,580, whatever the number is today, will actually allow us to do both of those things. That was my point.
Okay, so I think, Mr. Kenner, you see what he's saying, that you would agree that that more than likely will work with what we're trying to do. What I would ask from the county manager, and it's specifically you, Alton, is to let us know when it's not working. Let us know if there's a hiccup, please. Because I think this entire board, and I can't speak for no one but the mighty six, but at the end of the day, we don't want anybody on monitoring that shouldn't be on it, but we do want somebody on monitoring if that is appropriate for them as opposed to be put in jail. And I think that we can do both if we work together. So in that respect, I can support it. I can support it. Thank you, Mr. Kenner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Vice Chair, you done? Commissioner Arrington? Commissioner Barrett?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like y'all are going to have the votes to do what you want to do, but I very much appreciate what you're trying to accomplish, Commissioner Abdur-Rahman. I get where you're coming from. I have deep concerns about us setting an arbitrary number as a cap, because what about that one more? What about, I just feel like it is not our place to set an arbitrary number as a cap. And we have already had assurances from, Mr. Adams that they're already working on this. Judge Glanville sent a letter and they're working on it. So I think my opinion is we should let them do their jobs and work on this, knowing that, we would like to see this number, we would like to not have so many people on for so long if that's not appropriate, as the PD said. But I would just prefer that we get more frequent reports, perhaps from Alton or, whatever on progress on this front, but I would rather not set an arbitrary cap. So I still am not gonna, vote to approve as amended.
Lord help us. All right. Commissioner Hall, Commissioner Thorne, Vice Chair Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree we should not set an arbitrary cap. We don't know how this might work out. We don't know how many arrests will happen. As Judge Glanville has clearly stated in his letter, they're already working on it. Allow them to work on it. Allow us to see how the progress goes, but don't cap the program and create unnecessary issues.
Commissioner Thorne.
I'm sorry, Mr. Kenner. I was gonna have you come back up. I couldn't get in the queue and push the button fast enough. I know, I was gonna holler, but I didn't. Can you describe someone who's on an ankle monitor, like the inconveniences of being on an ankle monitor for 2 years versus not having an ankle monitor at all?
Someone that's been on an ankle monitor for that long, more than likely, they're going to lose their job if they had it. Being on an ankle monitor creates a hardship, not just for the person that's on the ankle monitor, but that person's entire family. So, I mean, most of those ankle monitors come with curfews. A lot of those curfews are curfews that are real early, and it just impacts someone's ability to reach their full earning potential when they have an ankle monitor on. That's the bottom line.
Can you tell me, when I met with somebody with the ankle monitoring program, they told me to recharge the ankle monitors. You physically have a cord that you have to plug into the wall with your monitor on and stay in that area. Is that true?
I do know that the charging of some of the monitors is an issue. I'm not 100% certain. I've never had an ankle monitor on, so I don't know the process of charging it.
Yeah, I just heard that.
And I hope to never get one.
You have to, I heard that you have a cord and you have to physically plug yourself into the wall, so you're immobile until the charging is over
But
with.
That's my understanding, but I've also seen on the internet that they have, monitors that can be recharged in different manners. Some that you have to go to the company that's managing the monitoring service and switch out the monitor. That's how they keep it charged. And others that you plug in, like you say. And I don't know which process the company that we're using uses.
I believe that's the process the company we're using uses. So maybe when we send an RFP out, we need to look at, go into specifics on the type of ankle monitor that would be convenient for someone to hold a job, not saying, oh, I can't work because my ankle monitor needs to be charged. So I appreciate you coming down here. And I look at this resolution as we have 771 people that could possibly be inconvenienced, losing their job, because they've been on these ankle monitors for over 6 months and some 2+ years. And I look at this resolution as a way to incentivize our court system to say, hey, we need to get going and we need to review these cases. We need to get the people off that can be off, and then move forward from there and add new people on that to free up space to add people on.
Since we're talking about it, I would suggest a 3 to 6 month period. If someone is going to violate the terms of an ankle monitor, usually they do it right away. And if someone has been on an ankle monitoring system for 6 months and they haven't had any infractions, that's usually a pretty good indicator that they're going to do what they need to do to stay out of jail until their case can be handled.
Yeah, I think it's a great incentive, because I'd love for people to have freedom and their families to have the freedom as well, to be able to stay out past curfew over the holidays. So anyway, I thank you again for coming here.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner Arrington?
Attorney Kenner, please don't walk away, sir. Can people be employed if they're in the jail?
No.
No, they cannot, huh? All right, now, would you rather have your clients on an ankle monitor or in the jail?
There's no dispute for me that there's a place for the ankle monitors.
Hold on, sir. You find that you can explain your answer after you answer my question. Would you rather have your clients in jail or out of jail on an ankle monitor?
Of course I would want my clients outside.
Okay, and don't the judges usually allow the clients to leave? They say, hey, I will let him out if he goes on an ankle monitor, right?
Just like I've said, there's a place for the ankle monitoring system to be placed on the client or someone that we represent. I'm not opposed to ankle monitoring.
Be careful what you're doing, because you're going to you're going to have more of your clients in jail. You're going to have more of your clients in jail listening to somebody up here that's not talking into reality.
If all of our judicial partners are operating in good faith and doing what they're supposed to do.
Let's deal with what's before us now.
Hold on, this is my time. This is my time. I've got the floor. I've got the floor.
You have the floor, Commissioner. You have the floor.
Okay.
But
Okay, I got the
just a
floor.
minute.
If I got the floor, I got the floor. Either I have it or you have it. Who has it? Which one of us has the floor? Me or you?
Try to answer his question. So
Which one of us has the floor? Because if I have the floor, then you should not be talking.
Try to answer his question, please. Special rules, Mr. Eric. You have the floor.
There's no special rule. Either I have the floor or I don't. If you're talking, then I obviously don't have the floor.
Commissioner Arrington, I'm trying to get us through today.
You know what you're doing is interrupting me, which is what you do all the time. That's what you're doing.
You have the floor.
I've been had the floor until you interrupted me.
You have the floor, Commissioner Arrington. We're not going to be argumentative up here now.
Hey, look, I'm not the one I didn't interrupt you.
You have the floor, Commissioner Arrington.
Mr. Kenner, I would caution you, sir. I understand what you're doing, but you're answering a question outside of the context in which it occurs. She's talking about, oh, these people are gonna lose their job because they own an ankle monitor. No, they're gonna lose their job because they're in jail. And most defense attorneys would rather have their clients out on an ankle monitor than to have that client up in jail. And so for you to answer a question to someone that doesn't comprehend what's really going on in the context in which ankle monitors are issued by a judge is misleading, and I guarantee you it will have the opposite effect, and more of your clients will be in jail because the judge is gonna say, if they're not going on an ankle monitor, then I'm not gonna let them out.
Sir, you don't have to answer. Just listen to Commissioner. He has the floor. But I'm not going to have y'all going back and forth like in the courtroom up here. Anything else? All right, Ms. Thorne, do you have something that's relevant that you need?
I just want to say, since I'm told I don't know anything up here, I just wanted to kind of defend myself. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman said, you're going to let us know if the program works out or not. Our next meeting is December 5th. If it's not working out, if for some reason these cases aren't clearing, you'll let us know, correct?
Commissioner, we, in discussions with the county manager and the chairman, we will come back to you with an update on the ads and the individuals who moved off. I'll make sure I reach out to Superior Court and meet with them tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow afternoon, if they're available. And we also will come back to you with a transition plan, as has been requested by a number of the board.
Okay. I think that's good. Thank you for doing that. I know it's extra work for you guys. I appreciate you stepping up and doing that extra work. I just want to say, we have got to look at these people, the 771 that are on ankle monitors now. And we've got to evaluate the program, and this will make sure that we're evaluating it immediately, not waiting till after the holidays, not waiting till next year. It's going to require an immediate action. And as commissioners, we can't tell you how to operate your office. We can't tell the judges how to rule, but we can control a budget. And I think we need to have that responsibility to try to reel in a program that they are saying is being abused. And this is the only control we have. So, Commissioner Arrington, I respect your thoughts and your opinions. I just disagree.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
I just want to publicly say I'm going to support Vice Chair Ellis's actual, what he has put forth, but I'm also, by December 5th, before the next meeting, I want to know if it's working. You will know, Alton. I have all respect, County Manager, that you all will know if it's working or if it's not working. Because it's not working, I'm going to bring it back. Okay? But I'm going to support it today, but I think we get too bogged down in stuff that we could just get an answer for, and we have to do something. So I'm going to support this today, but I want to know if we are doing what we need to get people off the monitor. Because I know for a fact, people who've been coming out to job fairs, soon as that person sees that ankle monitor, they don't hire them. They can say they do, but I know for a fact I've heard the conversations. But the flip side of it, you said it yourself, there are abuses that you think should be addressed. So I'm going to support Vice Chair today, and with the hopes, County Manager and Alton, and I have all faith that you all will let me know if it's going to be a problem, because I don't think you all want anybody sitting up in jail that shouldn't be there, or someone who is going to jail that we could put on an ankle monitor. I don't know anybody down here that wants that. So that I just wanted to publicly say that. Thank you.
Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, I'd just say thanks again for the public defender to kind of, he shared his insight. We've heard from the judge. Again, I'll quote from his letter. It's clear the county-funded ankle monitor program needs more thoughtful and regular oversight. PD agrees with that statement as well?
I do.
And Chief Judge, again, we must put better controls in place, and we may even need to freeze the size of the program by temporarily adopting a no-growth ratio such that one defendant must come off a monitor before a new defendant can receive one, which is right here before us. I think I've spoken with the judges, before this letter, so I understand their perspective. I think this is a good way for us to sort of get at what we all sort of recognize as legitimate concerns, and I hope we'll approve it unanimously.
Anybody else? All right, the motion on the floor is to approve as amended. Please cast your vote.
And the vote is open to approve as amended. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 2 nays, 1 abstention.
All right, thank you. It's 2:14 now. The next 7 items under arts and libraries are all renewing existing contracts. If no objection, we take those as a group, and we'll break for recess for lunch and executive session. Just sound the caption quickly, Madam Clerk. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
230815, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount not to exceed $800,000 to provide adult, young adult, and children books.
Madam Clerk, we're going to take the next 7 together.
230816, request approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $203,450 to continue to provide research-based education in areas of agricultural, natural resources, family and consumer services, 4-H, and youth development. 230817, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount of $715,000 for the Fulton County Executive Airport to provide design, engineering, and construction inspection services. 230818, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $349,996.36 to provide sewer system chemical root services. 230819, request approval to renew existing contracts in a total amount not to exceed $12,700,000 to provide standby miscellaneous construction wastewater system services. 23820, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $2,628,672.92 to provide congregate and home delivered meals for Fulton County residents age 60 and above. And on page 9, 230821, request approval to renew an existing contract in an amount not to exceed $168,000 to provide pickup and removal of deceased remains services.
All right, I have a motion to approve those 7 renewal of existing contracts. Motion to approve by Commissioner Hall, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 1 abstention.
All right, it's 2:17. I'll entertain a motion for recess for lunch and executive session, issues of real estate, litigation, and personnel.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 6 yeas, 0 nays.
Recording stopped.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, let's get rid of all this other stuff. Let's get rid of all the other stuff first. All right, without objection, we resume the regular order of business. Where's Madam County Attorney? Where are you? All right.
Okay, so are we back on the record?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. We've got 6 action items. The first one is there a motion to approve the request for representation presented in items 1 and 2 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Is there a motion to approve the request for authority to dismiss with prejudice the 2 lawsuits styled as Cobb County and DeKalb County and Fulton County versus Bank of America et al., civil action file number 115 CV 04081, and Fulton County, Cobb County, and DeKalb County versus Wells Fargo and Company et al., civil action file number 121 CV-1800, with parties all bearing their own fees and costs.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 2 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Is there a motion to approve participation in multi-district litigation as set forth in item 6 of the executive session agenda?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could the county attorney re-sound this second item?
Yes, the second item was 2 lawsuits in which we are seeking permission to dismiss with prejudice, with all parties bearing their own costs and fees.
Okay.
All right, continue.
Could we recall the vote on that? So I did not understand her.
Make a motion. Reconsider that item.
Motion to reconsider.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Point of order. Someone that voted for it would have to do that.
That's correct.
It can't just happen like that. It doesn't just.
You have to be on
I'll
the,
make a motion to reconsider.
on the just a minute. Yeah, just a minute. In order to make that motion, you must have voted on the prevailing side. What was the vote? Were the 2 yeas. So one of you two would have to make the motion to reconsider. I didn't hear. Repeat it.
I made a motion.
And I seconded.
To reconsider.
Second to reconsider.
Okay. All right, the motion on the floor is to reconsider that item. It was just repeated. So, to reconsider.
And the vote is open on the motion to reconsider.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. I don't know that that's the prevailing side. I'll go with your ruling, but I don't know in a 2-to-1 vote that there is a prevailing side. In order to prevail, you have to have 4 votes.
Madam Parliamentarian?
I don't know that there is a prevailing side in this instance because it wasn't, the action was not approved. If we had to pick a prevailing side, I would say that the folks who voted in favor of, against it would have prevailed in that it did not move forward.
Can you repeat that again, please?
Did anyone vote against approving that item?
I did.
Yeah, Commissioner Arrington.
Okay.
So your ruling is Commissioner Arrington would have to make the motion to reconsider?
I think it's unclear, but if I had to pick a side in an item that did not approve anything, I would go with the person who voted against it rather than for it.
That's logical. All right. Commissioner Arrington, do you plan to make that motion to reconsider?
No, sir, I do not. I voted against it.
All right, continue, Madam Clerk.
That's why I want to appeal that ruling, to give you a chance to rule on that, Mr. Chair.
Well, she's
Because it's
wrong.
not I would appeal it to you. She said she wasn't clear, there wasn't any.
Well, it wasn't clear, but her logic makes sense to me that in that.
That makes sense to me,
yeah.
that's why I'm appealing it.
Yeah. So I would support the parliamentarian's ruling, would be my ruling.
Okay.
Is it a time sensitive? I know what the issues are. The question I asked you was, is it time sensitive?
It is time sensitive in that there is a pending court motion that could be ruled upon prior to this action.
All right, I'll make the motion then.
To reconsider?
Yes.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
All right, properly moved and seconded. Let's vote on the motion to reconsider.
Can you open it?
It's showing motion to,
Okay.
if it,
All right, let's vote.
And the vote is open on the motion to reconsider. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, that's before us now. What's the motion?
The motion is to approve dismissal with prejudice of the two cases set forth in items 3 and 4 of the executive session agenda. That is Civil Action File 115, CV 04081, and Civil Action File 121, CV 1800, with the parties bearing their own costs and fees.
All right, motion to approve by Vice Chair Ellis, seconded by Commissioner Thorne to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
Is there a motion to approve participation in the multi-district litigation set forth in item 6 of the executive session agenda?
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 5 with Commissioner Hall.
Next item.
And the final action item, is there a motion to increase compensation for the clerk to the commission in the amount of $150,000 annually?
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdur-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote.
And the vote is open.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to understand why we're not voting on item number 8 from the executive session agenda.
Housing Authority. Housing Authority.
Well, there's no recommendation coming. What I recall is that there were, a report is forthcoming from a review rather, is forthcoming from the county attorney.
Okay, I guess I don't understand the procedure or the policy then on how one of these items from this agenda gets voted on. I don't understand. The items are on the agenda. We voted on some, but we don't vote on others. We can't vote back there, so we obviously didn't vote to not vote on one of these items. So either it's on the agenda, it should get voted up or down.
Madam County Attorney, I know what I recall is that we're waiting for a review, but I would rule that a commissioner can make a motion if he or she chooses to do so, and we'll vote it up or vote it down.
I agree.
Okay?
Okay, I'm gonna make a motion to adopt the recommendation of the board from the Housing Authority to remove the member that is preventing them from conducting any meetings.
All right, is there a second? Is there a second? Is there a second? Commissioner Hall?
Do we have the authority to move forward based off of the recommendation of the Housing Authority Board to remove such appointee?
The appointment of the members is within the purview of this board, and therefore the removal is also within the purview of this board, as long as the due process requirements have been met.
And have those requirements been met?
On initial review, the notice requirement appears to have been met. We're still reviewing the entire transcript to ensure that that will be our recommendation.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Abdul Rahman. Well, is there a second, first of all? You want a second? You want to speak?
Yes, in executive session.
Wait a minute now, let's. Well,
What-
listen,
there
hold
were-
it, just a minute. Madam Parliamentary, we're in public now, so.
Yeah.
The vote's before us, but you're the parliamentarian.
I'm sorry, what was the question on the floor?
The question is, we're in a public vote now. We're no longer in executive session, but we're about to vote on a matter that was discussed in executive session, and certain facts may become public. We're in a public session, so.
The matters that were discussed in executive session typically stay confidential until the board as a whole decides to make them public, or the conditions that make it confidential or exempt from open meetings no longer exist. So are you asking me if you can discuss this matter in
Yes.
open session now? I would advise refraining at this point unless there's going to be a second and the discussion moves forward.
What, repeat that?
So if you have a second, you really can't discuss the motion. If the motion becomes properly before you, you can't discuss the matter without discussing some of the subject matter that was discussed. But if there is going to be no second and there will be no vote or discussion, I would advise refraining from discussing it at this juncture.
So we need to get a second or not, what you said, before we discuss it?
Well, we already started discussing it.
As a board, you can choose to discuss.
We already started discussing it. Pandora's already out of the box. Commissioner Hall was first in the queue and she started discussing it.
Okay, there's a motion on the floor to approve by Commissioner Arrington. I'll repeat, is there a second? Is there a second? Last and final time, is there a second? All right, fails for lack of a second. Next item.
There's a second.
Who?
It's right there on the screen.
Seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. You have the floor, Commissioner Hall. You don't want to speak? Commissioner Abdul Rahman, you have the floor. Commissioner Hall's already spoken.
And so it is my understanding that a report was coming from the county attorney with a recommendation.
So
And so if we are voting on that privy to your report, then we don't have all of the available subject matter that we need in order to make an informed decision. If in the discussion in executive session was that you would give a report.
Yes, that is correct. I had pledged to the board that I would send up a detailed recommendation and review of the materials that we received from the Housing Authority by next week, and that the board would have that for full consideration.
So I would ask that the colleagues hold this. I want to make a motion to hold it until we get a report from our county attorney for all of the subject matter and the decisions that need to be made, so we all are fully aware of what we need to do.
All right, substitute motion to hold. Is there a second? Is there a second? All right, I'll second it for purposes of discussion. Commissioner Hall?
I have a question. Do we have anyone here that could answer a question about the process for when an employee reports sexual harassment?
I think initially our
Publicly?
Yes, but I would prefer not to give legal advice on that matter without knowing all of the facts in a public forum. Also, we would have to determine the actual status of the person who would potentially be the reporting party.
Did we not just have sexual harassment training sent to every employee of the county with several videos that we had to watch? Didn't we just do that?
The general policy is to go to DCRC, but I would have to research that to determine if she is an employee who is covered under that policy.
Okay, so then I have a question about the sexual harassment videos that were sent to us. Because it appeared to be clear that if any employee, even a public resident, came to anyone and said that they were being sexually harassed, that that person needed to then go and report it. Is that not correct?
Even a resident?
It had there were public things in there about if the public was even involved.
Was it in the context of customers or clients of
It
departments?
said even if they're out somewhere, if you were a county employee and you're out somewhere in a club, or I forget the exact example.
I haven't seen the training. Okay. Okay, well.
Did you see the videos?
I have not.
Oh,
I have
okay,
not.
that's
So
okay, then that's probably the problem. I just saw them last week, so they're kind of fresh in my mind.
What Ms. Martinez was saying to me was that our policy does cover certain members of the public in certain circumstances, but again, I would have to see what the video said, and in order to be able to give you an opinion on that.
So our HR department doesn't know? No.
The question again, Commissioner, is what would the general public do in case of, if they're being harassed by a county employee?
No.
Okay.
No. If a county employee or an employee, even, we can add in a member of the public, reports to this body in the whole world that they were sexually harassed.
Right.
What are we supposed to do?
Well, DCRC is the, excuse me, is the body within the county's organization that would be the intake of that situation and conduct the initial investigation.
And so what are we supposed to do?
Well,
I want to make sure that we're doing what we are supposed to do.
Right, and I think in this instance, I think what's cloudy is trying to identify whether or not the individual is truly an employee. So that's the,
And I would concur. DCRC is generally your point of contact for the employee or anyone who has concerns about these types of matters. But we would have to look at the specific positions involved in this situation to determine if they're covered under the policy that would go to DCRC.
Okay, so you're saying that we're not supposed to do anything to allow you to do the, I'm trying to make sure that we're covered.
I'm saying that our obligation in this process is to employees who are covered under our policy. And I would have to research to see if these two positions involved in this particular situation are quote-unquote employees for purposes of our policy such that they would be covered.
Okay, so you're basically telling us we have no obligation to do anything at this point to allow you to do.
That's actually what I'm saying is I will research these two positions to see if they are covered. And as I mentioned to you, if they are covered, then I don't think I have a legal obligation, but I had already pledged to reach out to the person to make sure they are aware that they have the ability to go to DCRC if in fact they are covered.
You're still not answering my question about what are we supposed to do?
I
as a
don't know of
body?
any mandatory reporter obligation as it pertains to sexual harassment.
We have no obligation to report it?
I don't know of any legal obligation for you to report someone else's allegations of sexual harassment.
Okay, thank you. Now you've answered my question. Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to hold. Let's vote, please. All right, it's 4:09, ladies and gentlemen. We haven't gotten to the meat of the, it's to hold.
Vote is open on the motion to hold. And the motion fails, 3 yeas, 1 nay.
All right, back to the main motion, which is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion fails, 1 yea, 3 nays.
All right, next item.
2 nays with Commissioner Hall. 2 yeas with Commissioner Hall.
Next item.
Back on page 9. 230822, Finance. Presentation of the fiscal year 2024 proposed operating budget.
Just a minute. Can we, Mr. Manager, we have about 4 or 5 more items. It shouldn't take long. I don't want to interrupt this budget when we get to it. If there are no objections, let's get rid of these other items, and we can spend the rest of the time on the budget. So go to page 9, number 0823.
230823, Real Estate and Asset Management. Request approval of a statewide contract in the amount of $320,872.68.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230824, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $400,000 to provide on-site preventive and corrective maintenance services for passenger and freight elevators.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Mr. Davis, this is elevator contract, right? It includes it?
Yes, sir, it includes elevators and escalators if
Okay,
applicable.
quickly explain why that elevator in our atrium has not worked in probably 3 years. And we are a first-tier county in the country.
The escalator in the Government Center atrium in 2020, Dream put forth a capital enhancement request to upgrade or refurbish the elevator. Given the financial scenario at the time, that particular request was not approved. The escalator is a feature of convenience rather than one of regulatory compliance. As such, since that time, we've attempted to parse together bits and pieces of capital dollars, but ultimately we have yet to reach the dollar value needed for the complete overhaul of the escalator. The escalator will run, however, it is not deemed to be safe by the Department of Labor, and therefore it must be, as you have seen, cordoned off with warning signs.
All right, what does it cost to fix it? It's just horrible. I mean, it looks bad.
$806,000.
806.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. The motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays.
Next item.
Page 10, 230825, Public Works. Request approval of a recommended proposal in the amount of $9,725,000 to provide design build services for Camp Creek Water Reclamation Facility.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230826, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $240,183.13 for the purpose of one truck-mounted CCTV sewer pipe inspection.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230827, request approval of the lowest responsible bidder in an amount not to exceed $100,512 to provide water quality monitoring services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230828, request approval of a contract item agreement for the adjustment of 6 sanitary sewer manholes.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. 230829, request approval of a recommended proposal in an amount not to exceed $7,200,000 to provide armed and unarmed security services.
All right, motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 0 nays. 230830, Sheriff, request approval to amend an existing contract in the amount of $1,200,394.20 to provide physical and mental health services.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Arrington, seconded by Commissioner Hall. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. On page 11, 230831, Sheriff requests approval to renew an existing contract in the amount of $33,791,785.73 to provide physical and mental health services to inmates at the Fulton County Jail.
All right, is there a motion? Motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne. Is there a second? Okay, I'll second for discussion. Commissioner Natalie Hall has a question. I need to do this.
Thank you,
Where is it?
Mr. Chair. So if you turn to the last page of this item, there is a page called Overall Rating Guide, Professional Services. And do we have anyone here from the Sheriff's Department or anyone who can speak to this rating? Because it says, under quality of design, reports, and deliverables, it says needs improvement. Is there anyone that could speak to this? Nobody here. Well, it says lack of adequate physician coverage at the Fulton County Jail. See Fulton County NAFCare provider file. During a time period when the medical director was separated from NAFCARE's employment, ongoing staffing issues, C2308 Georgia Fulton Staffing Report file for an example. So I wanted to know has this been cleared up? Because that sounds like a serious issue. We don't want any more issues at the jail. Nobody?
Commissioner, I'll share what I know. No one
Thank you.
from the sheriff's office is here. I do believe that NAFCARE, like a lot of other providers where they rely on nurses, have had challenges staffing. It's just one of those things. They continue to try to hire, and they lose staff, and it is an issue. I believe the sheriff has worked with them and indicated to them that needs to be fixed. But I think here again, not knowing exactly what they meant in this particular rating, I think that's the genesis of it, is that they have had ongoing staffing issues, kind of reflective of what's going on in the overall space when it comes to hiring and keeping nurses and nursing staff.
But was it staffing issues that caused an issue not too long ago as it related to an inmate that had mental health issues?
Well, I can't comment on that. I'm not sure I'm supposed to, anyway, because of the legal implications. But I think it's fair to say that the Fulton County Jail, like a number of other correctional institutions, have had challenges not only retaining staff like correction officers, but also medical staff as well. And NAFCA has been challenged by that, I think, over the last, certainly since COVID began.
I didn't realize that there was some pending legal issue. Is that correct, Madam County Attorney?
I'm sorry, pending legal issue with what, NAFCARE?
With NAFCARE?
I'm not certain what Mr. Adams is
Well, there
referring
was a
to.
question about an individual at the jail who had an issue. I know we've had legal issues, so I'm not sure. First of all, I just tried to comment on what I thought was the issue around the staffing in terms of its implications and how that relates to individuals at the jail. It's just not something I'm familiar with, nor do I think I'm qualified to comment on it. That's really my point. I have no knowledge of whether the staffing led to an issue with an inmate, Commissioner. Let me say it that way. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, you want to be heard? No? All right, let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays. Bottom of page 11, Commissioners' full board appointments, 230833. Board of Ethics. The Atlanta Bar Association has recommended Benjamin E. Fox for a full board reappointment to a term ending February 12, 2026.
All right, let's see, is there a motion? A motion to approve by Commissioner Thorne, seconded by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman. Commissioner Arrington, followed by Commissioner Thorne.
Yes, I'm gonna ask that this not be approved. Mr. Benjamin Fox is the chair, former chair of the board, and as the chair, he was responsible for making sure that the meetings were conducted and that the rules were followed. He did not follow the rules. He violated the ethics code. He violated the Georgia Constitution. He violated the United States Constitution. And I have filed ethics charges against him and all other members. I'm going to ask right now on the record for all members that were responsible for filing a lawsuit against me and one of my legal clients, resign. Resign today. I am going to be forced to file a lawsuit against all of you. So, you know, you can do what you want to, but it's unethical to violate the Fulton County Ethics Code. And y'all, these people are coming back up. Benjamin Fox is supposed to be a lawyer. He's supposed to be a lawyer, but he can't follow the own rules and apparently doesn't know what the Georgia Constitution is, nor the United States Constitution. It is a shame that someone who's supposed to be a lawyer doesn't know how to follow the rules. And it is crazy, and I would just ask the county attorney to if she will mention some of the rules that were violated and policies that were violated by this board while Benjamin Fox was the chair.
So we've previously discussed this in previous meetings. There were procedural irregularities, as I have said, but there,
What
I
procedural
don't know of any that would
irregularities?
prevent a vote on this today.
What procedural irregularities were there? That's what
Regarding
I'm
notices
asking.
of meetings, regarding the filing of a lawsuit against a litigant before the board.
What
regarding
is your opinion
notice-
on whether the ethics board has standing to file a lawsuit?
I do not believe they're an entity that is capable of filing suit.
And so that means they would have exceeded their authority if they filed a lawsuit.
That is my opinion, yes.
Y'all gonna do what y'all wanna do anyway. I'm just telling you, this guy, Lewis Levinson, Mercedes Miller, any of them people that were on that board and voted to sue me and one of my legal clients, they're not gonna ever be able to hear anything against me, ever.
All right, motion on the floor is to approve. Let's vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay.
Next item.
On page 12, 230834, Board of Health, Chairman Pitts has nominated Jack Harden for a full board reappointment to a term ending December 31st, 2029.
Motion to approve by Commissioner Abdul-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Thorne. Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 4 yeas, 1 nay. Mr. Chairman, we have an item that was removed from consent.
Okay, what was that?
On page 6, 230810, District Attorney requests approval to process outstanding and current invoices via purchase order in the amount of $79,234.26.
All right, Commissioner Thorne.
Yes, I'll have Felicia, Ms. Strong-Whitaker speak on this. I was just confused as to why we are approving a former purchase that's already happened, an outstanding purchase, and then current purchases from the DA, whereas we normally, nothing comes through us from the DA. So I think you can explain best.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Felicia Strong-Whitaker. This is because I was notified by the vendor that there were a lot of past due invoices that had not been paid. There was not purchasing did not do a procurement for it. So I am not authorized to approve $79,000 that had to come to the board to authorize it. Part of the problem they have rectified. We've met with the DA's office. We're on the right track. We're going to move forward. But in this instance, this was printing services that had already been done and the vendor needed to be paid.
And how are they rectifying the situation?
So we've had a meeting with them, we've done training with them, and I believe Dexter is here as well. We've done training with them. I think they have new personnel, so we went through the whole process. So we're working with them to make sure it doesn't happen again.
Okay. Yeah, because I'm also confused because we've been spending a lot of money on outside counsel, or the DA has, and there's a code, OCGA 15-18-20, and if she hires anybody on Section A of that code, it says it has to be authorized by the governing authority or approved by us, yet she's spending money on this Nathan R. Wade. Now, County Attorney Sujo tells me it has to be for a special purpose, but I don't see him having a special purpose. Like if he's a special in election law or something like that, there might be an instance where we don't have to approve it. So I was just trying to figure out how her spending authority is going without us. I mean, we're constantly approving outside counsel in our executive sessions, and it's not running through us this time.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes, sir.
That's not germane to this agenda item.
Well, do you want to speak on the
It's not
Well,
germane.
they had
This
to-
item is
Just a
about
minute.
a printing
Just a minute,
invoice.
Just a minute, just a minute.
This item
Yeah,
is about
it
printing
is
invoice.
related to how purchasing, I'm confused about items that are run through us and items that are not run through us. And now this item
Ma'am,
is
you're
having to
asking,
go through us. So it all goes through purchasing and what we're accountable for.
ma'am,
and
you're
what we're
asking
not
about
accountable for.
hiring outside counsel.
Okay.
This agenda item is
Commissioner,
about a
just
printing
minute.
invoice.
Commissioner Arrington, hold on for a second.
This is a printing invoice. This is not about hiring outside counsel.
Ms. Strong Whitaker, would you explain this one more time?
Purchasing does not handle outside counsel. This is, as Commissioner Arrington said, about printing services, and there are outstanding invoices, and we needed an authorization in order for me to process a purchase order to pay the outstanding invoices.
Yes, so I was just trying to understand what goes through us and what doesn't go through us. But you guys have rectified the situation, correct? So we don't have to worry about having to approve every purchase. Would you like to speak and have your word since you came down here?
I came down if you did have a question, but I do echo Commissioner here that's saying that anything that is done by the District Attorney Fonnie Willis as it relates to outside counsel is covered under her prosecutorial discretion. That is not why I'm here today, and that is something.
Okay, let's
that is
stick to, consistent with what Commissioner Arrington is saying, let's stick with this.
That's
This deals
correct.
with printing.
As it relates to the conversation with the DA's office and purchasing agent Felicia Strong Whitaker, yes, we have rectified this situation. It's our position that this matter can go before the board and a vote could be had.
And thank you for coming down. I wasn't expecting you to come down. Appreciate that.
So let's vote this up or down, but I would submit to you that this situation has not been rectified with the DA nor with the sheriff. Sometimes they come through purchasing, sometimes they don't. It's willy-nilly, and I think hopefully that letter that we sent to the sheriff yesterday will correct it from the sheriff's point of view. But you can't have it both ways, to your point. All right, the motion on the floor is to Vice Chair Ellis, Commissioner Arrington, Commissioner Ellis, who is it? Neither?
No, I'm
Okay,
good.
Vice Chair?
Explain to me again, this is, somebody expended something, but they didn't have authority to do it, and now we're paying it because it's just due.
In order for a vendor to be paid, Commissioner, there must be a purchase order. And we had not issued a purchase order because we did not do a procurement for the printing services.
But there was supposed to be a procurement for the printing service?
It could be based on the spending amount. What happened was a vendor contacted me to let me know that they had a lot of outstanding invoices. I contacted Mr. Bond. We worked through it. They've had a lot of personnel changes. and
Who's
some
had a lot of
something-
personnel changes?
Yes.
Who?
Who?
Who's had?
The DA has had personnel changes.
So that's the
Yes,
excuse?
please.
We had some personnel changes?
If I may,
Yeah.
my name is Dexter Bond. I operate as the Chief Operating Officer of the Office of Fulton County District Attorney. A few things that I want to clarify. The first is, generally, you're right. A purchase order needs to be acquired if there is some services. There are some exceptions. Those exceptions include if the threshold is not being met. It's our position that you have before you $79,000, but that is over 110 invoices. Those invoices could have been obtained and those services could have been obtained without purchasing order. So I do not want you, Commissioner Ellis, to
Okay.
think that a purchasing order is needed because it's my position that that is not the case.
Do we agree with that?
The vendors.
No, I'm asking, is, from a purchasing standpoint,
In its totality, it is
Right.
$79,000. Had they come to us individually, some of them are $2,000, some of them are $500. Those could have been handled by a purchase order under our new threshold. Anything over $5,000 has to go through a procurement process by us, and because By the time the vendor contacted me, the amount was $75,000, and then it was $79,000. So it was over a period of time. It's not just a one thing, it was several invoices.
And if I can add, before you are over 110 invoices, I submit that there's 98% of those would have been under the threshold not allowing a PR.
But just out of curiosity, one of the biggest ones on here I see, this is just for kicks and giggles, I'm just wondering, for $12,695, I got a big glossy report, probably about 20 pages, 30 pages, color report from the DA, came in my mailbox at home. The June 21, 2023 invoice, is that what that was for? $12,695?
So as the Deputy of Operations, we have an agreement with our staff. Whatever they need in their office is my job to secure that particular services, and I don't go into the details. If an expert or if someone in a supervisor says that this is what they need, as
No,
long
I
as
know,
it's
do you
under
think
the
that
law and
might
budget,
have
I
been
give
what
it to
that
them.
would have been?
I cannot speak to the details. What I do know
Okay.
is that my position is we did not need a purchase order, and my position is that all rules have been followed. That's my position. As it relates to the nuances of the 12,000, I believe you have 110 invoices before you. I cannot speak to that one particular invoice. I'm sorry, I cannot.
Okay, it just happened to be the biggest one, that was why I asked. It sort of jumped off the page at me. And this is not necessarily really something for specific to the DA, but just something for us to consider, right? I mean, we have operations which go through, which have things that they need to routinely purchase. We set up standby contracts, we bid them out. Why can't we do some stuff like that relative to some of these other offices so we can avoid, I'll use the word stuff like this?
So Commissioner, to be honest, had we known with each one, like if they were under 5,000, our threshold is $0 to 5,000.
No, but why wouldn't we just have,
We do.
printing services up to like a specific amount? You got
We do.
standby vendors for them, similar to the stuff in the sheriff's office for, toilet paper and mouthwash and all this other crap that, we got to see, I don't know. We got some work to do in terms of this whole contracting and purchasing stuff, and I think some of it can be simplified, and we avoid kind of these types of discussions to begin with, but also provide more transparency and comfort to people that, that there's legitimate procurement going on.
And
I
so,
think it'd be good for both sides, for everybody.
correct. And if we know the need, we can help. We have
Okay.
statewide contracts we can use. We have a whole plethora of things that we can do, but we have to know what the need is. As I said, I did not know about the need until the vendor contacted me about the issue.
Okay. All right.
Commissioner Hall?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't want to assume that I know what your threshold is, so can you tell me what it is?
So there are 3 thresholds, and I'm gonna answer it in 2 ways. The first is $2,500. Anything under can be used on a P card. The second is $5,000. Anything under $5,000, you do not have to you do not have to do a bid. Anything over $5,000, you have got to do a bid. It's very important right here to let you know that these particular thresholds are uniquely for the District Attorney of Fulton County. No other DA's office has to deal with the 3 thresholds that I laid before you.
Okay, and so I'm trying to scroll. This thing is a little bit, it's not touch screen, so if you just bear with me for a moment, I'm trying to see how many are actually over the threshold. And I do not, it's about 4. Commissioner Ellis, you said it's about 4 of them? At least 2. One is about 5, and one of them might not have been 2. Okay. How many are over the threshold?
Right now, it's my position that I'm going to use you, Commissioner Ellis, and say that that was one that jumped over through your eyes, and I can echo him and say confidently one. But I want you to know, before you, there's over 100.
I'm sorry? Yeah,
On May 17th, there's 5 invoices from the same company.
okay, I see.
So they break it down so that it does go under the threshold, but cumulatively, it'd be way over the threshold. It'd be approximately $10,000.
So, Mr. Bond, when these purchases are being made, are they being made by one person in your organization?
One person is approving, but no, it is not one person. As you know, there are several different divisions and several different units. So if my major case division needs something printed for court, they can route it through our purchasing department to have that done. If my special victims division needs the same thing, yes, they can. So if your question is only one person in the office initiating it, the answer is no.
Okay, that makes sense, because I was trying to figure out why would there be that many on May 17th? So you have different divisions who are just purchasing from the same contractor.
Absolutely. There are 16 courtrooms, so you know, Commissioner Hall, that there can be several different proceedings going on. And what you have before you are printing for trial boards, right? You have printing for several different things. So if courtroom A needs some printing, they get the printing, as long as it's within budget and as long as it's within law. So it can come several different ways. So what strikes you as alarming certainly doesn't strike me as the same.
Well, it would have been alarming if you told me that this was coming through one person, because then it would be that that person was separating these purchases to ensure that they fell under the threshold. But since you've explained it, that these are from various divisions within your organization who are just using the same contractor, then that's understandable. But the other question I have that is, you said there are 110 invoices. So how did we get here where 110 invoices have remained unpaid until now? I know everybody has staffing shortages, but this is a lot. It's starting back in February.
It is done in February, and the Commissioner, I can offer you this. We were told, once it hit a threshold of $5,000, that we had to come here. Commissioner, yes, there were some personnel changes in the operation division, but we were specifically told that in order for you, the Strong Whitaker, to be able to approve, she couldn't approve anything under $5,000 without solicitation. So we had to come here.
I don't.
No,
that doesn't make sense to me. You know, I've worked with you a long time back in City Hall. You taught me how to do a RFP.
Yes, ma'am. So I think there's some confusion. So we do have our thresholds, and our thresholds are in our purchasing code, and it is the law. If it's between $0 and $5,000, I can do it. We can process a purchase order for that division. If it's over $5,000, and that can be cumulatively. If it's over $5,000 and they're going to use that vendor a lot, we need to do a procurement, period. So I think there's some confusion there. When I found out about it, it was when the vendor contacted me about a month ago to say, I have a lot of outstanding invoices. It was about $75,000 at the time. I need to be paid. We don't have a PO that we issued for the district attorney to that vendor in order for them to process those payments. So we had to come to the board because I'm not authorized to just cut a PO for the DA for $80,000. I can't do that without board approval. And that's why we are here. And I think moving forward, we've talked about them using the statewide contract. There's a vendor on the statewide contract. Registration and Election uses them. We can do a procurement for them. There's things that we can do for them. So moving forward, we're not here again.
Okay, good, because that was going to be my next question. How do we prevent this from happening again. And so it's apparent the services have been provided and they need to be paid.
Correct.
Yes.
And this is the only way I could
That you could-
process this PO.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you so much.
Commissioner Abdul-Rahman.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll be brief. You said it was several invoices.
Over 100, yes, ma'am.
Over 100. So I just want to make sure we're crystal clear about that. But I would say, given the nature of what we do down here, even today, we approved invoices for other vendors. So let's keep it in perspective. Whatever got us to get here, I would imagine maybe it's communication or something. And so I would just encourage the communication to be better. That way, when you're coming with over 100 invoices, I mean, it is what it is.
I agree.
You see what I'm saying? So
I certainly do. If I can respond, the reason why the vendor contacted Felicia Strong Whitaker, Mrs. Felicia Strong Whitaker, is because she had already told me she needed to go to the PO, and it was at my bequest. We knew that we couldn't do anything else.
Okay,
That's number
okay,
one.
okay.
And number two, just because once we got above the threshold, there was conversations with the finance department, but they could not approve it, right?
I got you.
And since we have a long-standing relationship with this particular vendor that dates well from 2017 to 2018, they continued to do the work because that we knew that the statewide contract could not be to help us.
I got
So I
you.
want to just
Okay.
add that clarity that we knew we had to come here, and it was by my prompting to let's facilitate this conversation.
Okay, so that's that. I just don't want the taxpayer citizen that may be watching this, I want all the facts out there. I guess that's what I'm saying.
And I appreciate the question.
And whatever we can do moving forward to make sure this doesn't happen again. I mean, things happen, so it is what it is. And our DA is handling a lot.
Right.
And so, but I would say moving forward, whatever we can do to make sure that you all are so busy. I don't want to see you coming down here for this. You understand the point I'm trying to make?
I received that point. I can say conversations have been made with the county attorney's office as well as the purchasing director to make sure that we're not in this situation again.
Wonderful, thank you.
But I also will conclude by saying that this longstanding vendor does need to get paid.
Okay, yeah, I imagine so, yes, okay.
It's got to be something else. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, I can imagine if you go into trial in the morning, you're not worried about no vendor, no statewide contract. You're worried about winning the trial.
Certainly, if District Attorney Willis was here, that's exactly what she was going to say. She certainly wouldn't be here to talk about printing because she has, like you said, Commissioner Khadijah Abdul-Rahman, she has things on her plate. She has business. She got justice.
And I'm also wondering why these invoices weren't paid individually. If it's 110 invoices, the only one that should be before us is the one that's $12,000. All the rest of them should already be paid because they're under the threshold. It shouldn't. Why are we stalling people out? We don't want the DA to win trials. We want murderers running free on the street.
Commissioner, I did not get the notice until a month ago, and at that point, it was already $75,000. I don't know what they did with the invoices. I can only tell you the vendor contacted me.
Yeah, but still, it's still 110 invoices. Is it one invoice or is it 110 invoices? Somebody tell me which one is it? Because it can't be both.
No, it's a lot of different invoices on a statement. I asked them to put them all on a statement so we could see all of the invoices, and it was attached to the agenda item.
110 different ones.
It's 110 invoices, 109 of them should be paid. This vendor should only be worried about the one that's $12,000 that's over the threshold. I don't even understand. This doesn't.
All right, the motion on the floor is to approve. Please vote.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Continue, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, the next action item we have is 230835
What
on
page?
page 12. Request approval of the 2024 state legislative agenda.
All right, Ms. Corbett, Quickly. Summarize, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are back to present the 2024 state legislative agenda for your consideration and approval. Mr. Chairman, I would like to ask you to clarify if you'd like to vote on these items individually or as a group. Could someone please bring up the presentation? All right, we will go ahead. The first item is the behavioral health operational funding for 2024. We are requesting approval for the annualized funding for our behavioral health crisis center, as well as the additional continuing to advocate for funds for youth behavioral health crisis services and behavioral health resources for individuals with justice involvement, including people in the Fulton County Jail. I'm sorry, I don't know where the presentation is, so there we go. Thank you. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So this is our first and top priority, Mr. Chairman. So again, if you'd like to vote on them individually, we can, or we can just go through it. The next slide is, or the next item is funding, seeking legislation to enable a justice special purpose local option sales tax to offset, provide voters with the opportunity to choose this funding mechanism to finance a replacement jail facility. Next slide, please. The next is about equitable property tax appeals. This is now one of ACCG's priorities, and we're looking at several areas for change in the law regarding the appeals process and the 299C freeze for large commercial properties. Next slide, please. Please stop me if you have questions. Next, we're moving into kind of, those were the top three priorities. Now we're moving into other priority areas. This one is regarding access to personnel benefits and retirement plan for state court judges. As we've discussed previously, this is a change in the law that specifically prohibits state court judges from participating in one of the retirement plans. And this would carry over from last year's agenda. Next slide, please. This is a request to make adjustments in the equipment formula for election day and to perform analysis of the voting patterns, which reflect that more than half of our voters choose to participate in early voting. I did hear some other discussion today about other potential changes in elections that we could bring back at another time after we do a little more analysis. Next slide, please. This is changes in the priorities for justice system. Specifically seeking, we have left this open as additional judgeships within Superior Court. That was a change that was requested at the last meeting to be more open as we advocate for that. Next is a pilot project in state court that would allow for digital recordings. Next would be changes in potentially creating an elected chief judge position, which is not currently, that position is currently elected from among the judges on the bench. And then lastly, wanted to note Commissioner Thorne had asked us about clarifying purchasing powers of constitutional officers. We did note here that this is something the county attorney is working on already, so we would recommend that we get that analysis. And Ms. Joe, I think you mentioned that that's something that you are already working on. Thank you. Next slide, please. We also made some updates in this item since our last meeting to reflect our general support for healthcare access as a county and the investments this board has made. So supporting updates in the certificate of need implementation to allow beds to stay in the community, expansion of Medicaid, and generally resources to address the healthcare desert within Fulton County and healthcare access. Next slide, please. Again, we discussed this at the last meeting, that we acknowledged that there were some changes in legislation that was introduced last year. But in talking with several members, there was a desire to address changes in the law related to anti-Semitism and anti-Islamic hatred or Islamophobia. Next slide, please. As we heard at the last meeting, Commissioner Arrington asked us to address the HOA protections and transparency, and this is specifically requiring some meeting minutes and documentation transfer within HOAs. Next slide. We do have a few carryover items, and I'll go through these very quickly. Senior homestead exemption simplification, and we are working with the sponsor of this legislation and meeting as soon as tomorrow on this one. Next slide. We've also previously discussed our MARTA board appointments. Next slide. National use of force data collection. Again, this is one that the board took a position on during the last legislative session. Next slide, please. Changes to the Clerk of Superior Court passport fee item. Again, this is one you all took a position on during the last session and are carrying it forward. Next slide. And then lastly, our support for the Crown Act, which is, again, this board has taken a position on. So, Mr. Chairman, again, with that, we're seeking the board's approval so we can begin to communicate with our members about these priorities.
All right, entertain a motion to approve the legislative agenda. All right, a motion to approve by Commissioner Abdu-Rahman, seconded by Commissioner Natalie Hall. Vice Chair Bob Ellis, you have the floor.
I thought I'd raised this last time. I don't see it in there unless I missed it as you were going through it. But I also wanted to include change in state law to allow for a change in the set-out process for our magistrates when it comes to, not our magistrate, our marshal when it comes to evictions.
Commissioner, I'm glad you brought that up, and I believe that may have been an oversight on our part. And I do recall that you pointed us to some changes in the marshal's office. So we can go ahead, Commissioner Ellis, and add that as a note and work with you in the language if you're comfortable with that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that the North Carolina
Yes.
law? Okay. I think I mentioned that as well when we met.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, any other comments?
Thank you.
The motion on the floor is to adopt. Let's vote.
As amended, is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
What?
As amended with the comment that Commissioner Ellis just made.
Let's vote, please.
And the vote is open. And the motion passes, 5 yeas, 0 nays.
Thank you very much.
Next, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to do the discussion items or go back to the presentation for the?
No, we're going to get discussions last. What discussion items?
We have one, well,
Where is it? What's
on
that?
page 12, bottom of page 12.
All right, sound that one.
The first one is Commissioner Arrington's, the Atlanta.
That's a report. He'll be back. Next, go to the next one.
230837, discussion, public defender newly identified operations, ABA requirement and standards and needs for 2024.
Commissioner.
Mr. Kenner brought something to my attention that I was not aware of and asked that he be able to report it to the entire board, and so that's why he's here.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. The three things that I wanted to discuss is, one, the introduction, or to introduce to you all the new caseload recommendation by the American Bar Association to also seek an exemption from the criteria that was used to refer enhancements to you all for approval. I'm asking that we have an exemption so that I can extend the services that my office already provides. And finally, to give you all a quick update on what my office has been doing. Next slide, please. Historically, the county has funded my office in a manner that was consistent with the recommended number of attorneys that the ABA said that a caseload should have. Those standards that the ABA were using were set in 1973. We've come a long way since 1973. Next slide, please. Right now, my office has a caseload of over 20,000 cases, and that's in Superior Court, Juvenile Court, State Court, and Magistrate Court. We have a staff that provides a holistic representation and care to our clients. We have social workers and investigators that help us carry out our mission. Next slide, please. Next slide. Right now, our PINK division, what we call the Pre-Indictment Non-Complex Division of Superior Court, has approximately 12,450 cases. Our Complex Division has approximately 3,859 cases. State Court, 3,750. Juvenile Court, approximately 830 cases. Our needs are continually growing, and what's scheduled to happen next year is that we'll lose the ORCA-funded positions, and those positions are critical. Next slide, please. Right now, the old standard and that we use when we submitted our request to you all is listed above. Felony cases, the maximum that's recommended by the ABA is 150 cases per attorney, and misdemeanor cases, 400 cases per year, mental health cases, 200 cases, juvenile cases, 200 cases, and appellate cases, 25 cases. Next slide, please. Again, like I said, my office is handling over 20,000 cases. The standard that was set is 50 years old. It was recently revised. In our PINK unit, each attorney has an average of 515 cases. Now, some of those cases are not active cases, but they're nonetheless cases that my attorneys are responsible for and have to keep an eye on while the case percolates through the judicial process. Next slide, please. The RAND Corporation, in conjunction with the American Bar Association, did a study over the past few years, and they came up with new standards and new recommendations on the caseloads that a public defender should handle. They looked at 17 states' caseloads and came up with a recommendation. Next slide, please. Under the new ABA standards, and I think these came out in September of 2023, the standard is recommending in a homicide case based on 2,080 hours a year that the number of cases an attorney should be able to handle in terms of a serious murder case is 7 to 8. And as you can see, as the list goes down, this standard is significantly different from the 50-year-old standard. And you may ask why. Next slide, please. One of the reasons is that in the 70s, we did not have all of the scientific information that we had to deal with. Nowadays, we have to deal with RICO cases, forensic sciences, blood spatter analysis, DNA, digital discovery, body cams, cell phone data, social media data, geofencing, and other techniques that our attorneys have to deal with. To give you an example, on some of the body cam videos that we get, it may be 30 hours long, and somebody has to review that so that nothing is missed. Next slide, please. Right now, my office has 163 full-time general fund positions, and I'm happy to say right now, I'm at 100% in terms of having those positions fill the general fund positions. When I came on board, we were down 33 attorneys. Right now, we're down 0. We've been able to keep the attrition standard below 10%, and we're making good strides. Next slide, please. And there again, in 21, when I came on, we were 33 attorneys short, and there is where we stand now. We have 0 vacancies. All of our general fund positions are filled. Next slide. Right now, because of the cranking up of the court system and trials, we're just to the point that I foresee that we need additional staffing. In my request, I asked for 21 additional positions, and where that number comes from is 2 years ago, we unfunded and gave up 8 positions, and we will lose 17 ORCA attorneys next year. So that's 25 attorneys that we stand to lose in September. I'm asking for 21 attorneys and the support that goes along, the support staff that goes along with handling or bringing on 21 new attorneys, as well as equipment and supplies for those staff members. Next slide, please. And this is probably the slide that will interest you all the most. We've calculated that to do what I'm asking, it would cost roughly $5.1 million. And when you consider the role that we serve, that we're trying to keep families together, we're protecting folks' rights, we're seeing that the people we represent get the wraparound services that they need. I consider $5.1 million to be a small sliver, especially when you compare it to the almost $2 billion that's going to go into a jail. Next slide, please. Bringing on additional attorneys will allow me to bring on attorneys that have specialized skills. In other words, like the district attorney's office has divisions that handle sex crimes and youth crimes, it will allow me to recruit attorneys that can do just the same thing and allow me to keep proper staffing in general. Next slide, please. With proper staffing, everything works out smoothly. The trials can be conducted in a smooth manner. Every part of a case that we're involved in can flow smoothly. And the biggest impact will be to the community. The people that we represent will be returned back to the community. They'll be productive. They won't be in jail. They'll have the wraparound services that they need. And our caseload should continue to decrease. Next slide. That's basically all I have. Are there any questions?
No, I don't have a question, but I do have a comment for you. And you said that you expect to lose 17 ORCA positions. Well, I would submit to you that you aren't losing any. It was crystal clear that all of those ORCA positions would sunset, period, go away. So you're not losing anything. Commissioner Ellis?
Yeah. It's 5:08. We had a staff set up to 1:30 in the morning, prepare a budget document where we were going to have a meaningful discussion on it. We hadn't had a lick of discussion on it.
Zero.
Mr. Public Defender, do you feel like your asks are more important than the ask of Emergency Services E911?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Do you think they would say that their ask is more important than yours?
I don't know what.
You think they probably would,
they
right?
probably would, but I
Do you
don't
think
know.
your ask is more important than the people that came down here and talked about arts money?
I do.
Okay. Do you think your ask are more important than the ask from the tax assessor?
I do.
Board of Health?
It depends on what section of the board.
Okay, but my point is, they probably do as well. And they're going to come down here and make the same kind of presentation. And what we do by this is we make a mockery of our budget process. All right, then that's not your fault that you necessarily came down here. All right? But this is the kind of thing that is screws, it just makes our whole budget process every year a mockery. We have our staff. You presented all this stuff to them, right? They've seen this. This is not new to them, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. They were charged with weighing out and balancing all those things out, right? They've given a footprint of money to work from at our direction. Our direction. They put it together. They're making those value decisions on it. We haven't even had the discussion, but yet we've got other people inviting people down here to co-opt the damn discussion to push this item ahead of other stuff. Should we invite all 50 departments to come down here and do the same thing? Do we need to schedule 4 work sessions to have all of us go through that? And then we're going to make a value decision around it? But what are we doing? This is a joke. This is an absolute joke, not your ask, okay? You made your legitimate ask just like other people would come and make legitimate asks. What's a joke is the process. So, Mr. Chairman, we've got to have some sort of a process that we're going to agree to operate under, to give respect to our staff, to make value decisions around priorities, not position and posit something above something where other people don't even have a voice. I mean, we've just spent 30 minutes, or whatever it was, talking about this ask when we've not talked about the entirety of whatever this is, $850 million budget. And we're not going to have a meaningful discussion on it because we've got 2 people gone, and it's 5:10. People are going to ask, where are our priorities? They got a good question.
Well, Vice Chair, I happen to agree with everything that you said. We do have a process in place. We violate our own process, not directed at you, sir. I'm surprised that Gamage is not here. I'm sure he's listening because he'll be here. He takes the lead from everybody else. But that 8.87 generates a fixed amount of money. That's all we have. Unless 4 people up here are going to change their minds and vote to raise property taxes, and that ain't going to happen. You might have 1, The only one that has the guts to say that he'll vote for a tax increase every year is Commissioner Arrington. Every year. It's the only one. So it's not going to happen. Not intended for you, but you just happen to be here today. You represent all the others that are listening and going to be coming. Money's not here, period. And I'm sick and tired of hearing about those ORCA positions. They're gone, or will be gone. Commissioner Hall.
We are elected to listen to everyone, period. And in the past, we have had departments and agencies come before us about their budget in this very forum. That is not unheard of. It is a process that we put in place before to address just this exact same thing, that everyone is heard, period. That's not a new idea. That's something that actually happened. So, Mr. Kenner, you had the right to come here. You had the right to request to come here. And I do not want anyone to make you feel like you did not have that right. Okay?
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioner, you finished? All right, we've heard your words. Commissioner Abdul-Rahman?
Yeah, I might as well get on this train as well. You know, it's interesting how we differentiate different departments. Some people come down here, say they want something, they don't get a tongue lashing. So first of all, let me apologize, and I'm not saying that anybody did anything inappropriate, but I think it's unfair for you to come here and present, and all those other folks that should have been doing it the right way, did it the way they wanted to do, nobody said anything to. So first of all, on my behalf, I can't speak for anybody else, I apologize that you have to go for that. Now, to our listening viewers, this is dysfunctionality 101. Because you got individuals that's talking out of both sides of their neck. They say one thing to the constituents, they say another thing to the department heads, and then the staff gets caught up in the crossfire. So what I will say to you, sir, is we've got to tighten our belt. I know it's been a minute before your department has had anything. Whatever I can do, I will pledge to try to do. But I'm talking to all departments, and I'm talking to all of my colleagues. Either we're going to be fair and cut across the board, or we're going to listen to everybody, because we can't have it both ways. And what you do for one, you got to do for everybody. And it's amazing to me that Mr. Kenner's here getting all this heat. You hot, aren't you, brother? Do you need me to give you a fan? You getting all this heat. But other folks came, nobody said anything to them. That's unfair. That's dysfunctionality 101. Either we're going to bite the bullet and do what we need to do, which was to raise, because even the executive staff told us what amount we needed to have to do what we needed to do. And we told the executive staff, I know you said that, but I'm not going to raise nothing. I'm not going to do it. And then you come and say, well, Mr. Kenner, come down here. Even though I said no to a increase in the taxes. And so what I'm saying to you, and I'm not fussing at you, you are unintended consequence of dysfunctionality. Because either we're going to do right by everybody or we're going to do wrong by everybody. But I think we do a disservice to the taxpaying citizens of Fulton County to charge our executive staff to go do a job. Then when they do the job and come back, we say, now we sit down and be quiet. So what I say to you, sir, I will listen to what you say. Whatever I can do, I will try. But just know the ask is there, but the ask is from all departments, and we're going to have to cut across the board if we're going to be able to do what we need to do going into 2024. But thank you for coming down here. I apologize that you unintended consequences of 5 o'clock.
All right, Vice Chair Ellis.
Yeah, and I apologize too for you, and part of it, I was just trying to frame up, if other people are going to be down here, they're saying similar things, and we're in this position. And it's not your problem. The problem was, Commissioner Hall, this is inappropriate to bring forth. That's the problem. Because we do have a process, and you've not respected it. Plain and simple. That is not our process to invite 10 different departments to come down here and do many presentations about their budgetary ask. That's not the process. And you violated it. It's not been the process. We had a clear process. We adopted it. And each time you've obfuscated it and violated it, plain and simple. And you're the one that should be getting heat, not Mr. Kenner.
Yes, ma'am, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. That's your opinion. If anyone requests to be added to the agenda for a discussion, that's part of the process too, Vice Chair. So Mr. Kenner requested to present, and he asked me to put it on the agenda, and I did. And it was because of the ABA standard that is new, that has not been presented to us. So he wanted to make sure that we knew and understood about this new ABA standard, and that's the bottom line. Everything else he wants to present, that's up to him.
All right, Madam Clerk, anything else before the budget?
Thank you, Commissioner.
That is all except for Commissioner Arrington's item, if you want to hold that to next
Yeah,
meeting.
that's just a report from the Recreation Authority. We can hold that. Mr. Manager, it's 5:18. We've lost 2 members, and one in particular needs to hear what y'all have to say about this budget, and others that are here need to hear it, because it's going to be one thing to sit here and oh, I'm for this, I'm for this, I'm for this, all poor people, poor children. But when it comes time to vote for the tax increase, you go to the bathroom for it. So I'd recommend, Mr. Manager, we don't take it up today, we take it up at the next meeting and start with this. If you got to clear the agenda, everything else, because I want to make it crystal clear, not to department heads, but to the 7 of us, what supporting these projects is going to mean from a budgetary point of view and from a millage rate point of view. If somebody's going to bring forth, in fact, I think I'll make the motion to raise the millage rate and see what the votes are. It'll be mine and Arrington's that will vote for it. I'm gonna make it 15 mils. And Arrington and I will vote for it. I can tell you who's not gonna vote for it, but we'll want every program under the sun. Anything else today? Is that okay, Mr. Manager? Can we make?
Yes, sir. I think that would
And I
work much
appreciate
better.
y'all staying here last night as late. Well, actually,
Yeah,
we're
Chairman.
working on this.
Let's thank them because they stayed here late.
The reason I know because some of them were still here when I left at midnight. Thank you. Anything else to come before, what? Our budget came at 1:47 a.m. Yeah. Anything else?
Mr. Kenner, thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. I was waiting for the chairman to make that motion so I could second it too.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. All right. Exactly. No other matters to come before us today. We adjourn. And I want to just work on this budget because we're going to leave enough time for the budget at the next meeting.
Understood.
For a written transcript of this meeting, or if you need reasonable accommodations, including this communication in an alternative format due to disability, please contact the Clerk to the Commission's office at 404-612-8232.